hear it this time.
Hi, everybody.
It's a me.
No, that was supposed to be Dr. Nick
Oh yeah.
from The Simpsons. You're thinking Mario. It's
Yeah,
me, Mario.
for some for some reason it's just like the high pitched and it's like,
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
oh,
I
was that guy Italian, the doctor or something, or what was he supposed
Nick
to be?
Riviera. So I guess he's Hispanic.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, I just remember he was always like, he's like, think back to medical school. Seriously, baby, I can write any prescription that I want. So yeah.
So what's going on, man?
Oh, I'm just kicking around here. I told Ian before the show I had a shit day, and I'm not going to rehash it because it's really involved in fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. So,
Life's just crazy, man.
so how's Ian been doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not much to say. I don't know, just been real busy and stuff. Frank messaged me before about like he was asking what kind of headphones I had, and then he asked me you were having trouble with some torrents or something,
The only thing on torrents, children, is Linux distros.
Right.
The only thing on the internet is like terabytes of petabytes of Linux distros.
Well, I was trying to tell you I was trying to download those. I'm making like an ultra like mega distro CD with which if you click on if I click on my screen share here, which is pretty slow because it's on an XP machine. These are all the distros that I'm trying to put together here. They had a site called like Linux AIO. They had like all these, like each different version had like all the various flavors of the thing in one ISO. But you were saying that you couldn't get the link to work either because it would direct you to SourceForge, which I guess a lot of people have had issues with that site, and like it would just stay at 0 or KB or I go back and forth, right?
Right.
Did you try to download anything else from SourceForge lately or anything? Have you had any?
No, I SourceForge is one of those sites where it's like I either need it to do something else, so it's like I hope this works. I go, yeah, that's probably too involved. like every time I try to get something from GitHub, it's always like, here are the components, compile it yourself. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do that. I want a self-extracting archive, bitch. This is the 2000s. I want to click it once. Yeah. I mean, I understand how to do shit like that. Granted, I've one of my favorite apps way back when I was in Tosh. They go, hey, this app has been updated. Do you want to update? And I said, sure. And I clicked yes. Well, it deleted the version I had. And I mean, it didn't just throw it in the garbage bin. It is just gone off the system. The version was pay. When every other, I had followed it for like version 1. This is like version 10. Was everything after was going to be pay. except for fucking just versions. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. But my app's gone now. I can't use the old version. Well, it turns out if you had the Linux version, you could take parts from the pack and recompile them to Mac. And I actually learned how to do that one weekend. Don't ask me how. There's a bunch of YouTube videos of 12-year-olds. And that just sounds horrible, doesn't it? Sounds like I'm a pedophile.
Well, you love those like that 7 or 8-year-old making like a tutorial on like coding or something.
So like, okay, here's how you do it. And you hear the dude's like mouse, like, because he's obviously on his fucking laptop, so like the whole thing is clicking and rattling, and it's either that. Okay, so what you're going to do? Nothing against Indian people, nothing, no racism at all. But first off, it's a non-English speaker, non-native English speaker, with comments disabled on the video, so no one can go, "You're full of shit."
Right.
Nah, I'm not gonna follow your how to. You could have a virus, and everyone knows. Oh, Macs don't get virus. No, they get fucking viruses. Well, they get malware, which is the same shit.
Well, actually, did you read my articles there?
I have one too, with the same stuff. The teaser, Ian, teaser.
Yeah.
Teaser.
If,
So, I actually just came up with a story now. I told you before the show, I opened a tab just to have a window open, so I didn't have a blank desktop. And the story goes, "Hey, here's something," and I go, "Fuck!" I just emailed him to all.
I don't give a fuck. Right.
So my first story a little bit will be this. It will be this goal that I didn't realize was a story. So, but anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, just finishing up on what I was saying though, like these are all my Windows distros that I was working on this week. My friend of mine told me that, hey, I got like a version of Windows 1, so I was like, that's kind of cool, and I decided, since I'm trying to get like a bunch of the distros anyways on the thing, I figured I'd go back and try to work on all of them from the start. So like I was gonna have these and all these Linux distros on there, because I got a 128 gig thumb drive, which all these should fit on. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You need a USB key with Iron Man's head.
Yeah.
So eyes light up. Excuse me.
Right.
So anyway.
But yeah, I have pretty much like all the server ones, all the version from Vista, the 95, 98, and then a couple of I guess it was NT3 and NT4, and then
my wife
they had Windows 1, 2, and 3.
My wife, she's like, I like Millennium Edition. I go, oh, no. I had 95 and I had XP, and then when everyone's like Vista, I was like, nope. I switched back to Mac. Nope.
Right.
And I don't think I touched. I originally had 8.1 on this thing, because 10 had been out, but everybody said it's not ready yet. And now everyone's like, God damn it, no. And Microsoft's like, God damn it, yes.
Right.
I don't know if I still have that article. There's like forced obsolescence on Microsoft's part.
Yeah.
I think I had that as an article. I don't know if I still have it.
Well, I've been trying to go through and trying to make all these ISOs bootable, but the earlier ones, like it was sort of crazy because you had to, they were on CDs, like the 98 and stuff, I believe, but they had actual like boot disks that made them bootable or something, like floppy disks. I'm not sure how it works too much, but
maybe you'll have to do like you could probably set it up to be just a newer OS and then like run it, maybe emulated, maybe.
Well, a lot. that's what the first version of Windows came in, and it came in a VMware kind of like disk image or something.
Like
so I was gonna try that. Yeah.
Okay. Like, or what they call that, a wrapper. With the Mac operating systems, run a lot of Windows stuff. You had to wrap it in Darwin or wine to make it to emulate Windows. For that, you could actually do what they called a wine wrapper, because wine was like the main emulator to emulate Windows. You could like tell it, I want this app to run, thinking that it's using Windows 7 or whatever, and it would do it. But you'd have to for it to, like, a little thing would start spinning, and then it would go boing, here's your wrapper, and it would make a separate app that you would have on your drive, have on your system somewhere, that would you would open it and it would open within wine and shit. It was cool, but then I just started running wine by itself, which is another whole fun experience.
Right.
But
yeah, if I have room on the thing, like, I'm not sure how much space I'm taking up already, because like I was going to put drivers and stuff on here and some like what's they call it, not porn. That's not big enough for that.
Sorry. My dick. Oh wait, still not big enough.
What's that called? Hiren's Boost CD they have, and like Ultra Boost CD.
Yeah.
But anyways, I might as well start this up. I have this. I bought.
Is risen to rising, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Too bad I can't have it like floating above my hand or something, or like have it be like floating in Zelda coming down to you.
Just take a pot and crush it. Dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yeah. This is the 1800X, so this is they have it at Micro Center for $400, but the tax will get you like $30.
Yeah.
And for reference,
y'all got some of the taxes?
I still have my 8350 thing, which is weird. They made a fancier thing for those back then. Like, this is
the tin, right?
It's tin, and this is like a cardboard box. So I kind of appreciate this a little bit more, but what are you gonna do? I guess
I was like expecting the tin, because I saw all the reviews. I saw the guys were holding it, and I was like, "All right, cool, I want that." Because then it's a collectible little, like an Altoids tin. You can do things, but no, I just got a fucking cardboard box. But also, I still have the stock cooler. I don't know if I'm ever going to need it for anything, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, this doesn't come with one of those Wraith coolers. That's why it's so thin. It's not like the cube shape.
I remember you saying that like you were trying to or something that you wanted to use. I sat up last night and I was reading the AMD subreddit, and I was like, this is too much. I switched over to YouTube and watched the WAN show, and what did they do? Go through the AMD subreddit. But they finally decided to release the Wraith cooler by itself. You could buy it for $59.
Oh, really?
That's what they said it was going for. That's in it. So there you go, Ian. It's got LEDs and shit.
Oh, that's cool.
You like lights and shit. I'll find the link for you and give it to you in a minute.
Well, I already got well, I might think about that in the future, but I already got.
That's right.
Yeah, let me take this out here. I got this thing. Here's the little adapter thing for it. This is for Cooler Master though, so it was only 99 cents.
99 cents.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Micro Center, they're called. They have. They're the only ones that have these. Like, you look on Newegg or Amazon, you can't really find them. You have to go to their site. So, I asked the guy on the phone, and he said they're like selling out of these quick. So, but I'll have to figure out how to mount this and shit. I don't even know how. my friend helped me mount the cooler and stuff for my current rig. You know,
Oh,
it's not too hard though, is it? You just put like a with the thermal paste on there.
I don't know. Whenever I watch the reviews on Ryzen, I'm always like, yeah. You put the shit on there. Then what? So I don't know. It might be. I don't know. People always bitch about putting the coolers on Intel boards because you got to pop the things through because the cooler's cheap.
Right. Well.
This little plastic thing.
Oh yeah.
They're always like, okay, push through. Shit. I thought I had. Shit. I had the Reddit enhanced suite, RES, I think they call it. Customized Reddit, and I'm supposed to have the dark theme on because, as you can see, I'm blown out. I'm white as fuck.
Right.
And I don't want that, and I can't find the option to go back to my dark theme. I'm not enjoying this.
Well, you should get that thing that I have, that global dark style. I saw they had that for Chrome too, and you could add exclusion sites too, like if they were already dark and you like their theme.
Right. Well, there's the settings console. Okay, it just wasn't showing for whatever reason. That's fucking weird. Anyway. So,
but no, I was just curious how your thing, like in general, like how hard was it for you to put your cooler and the thermal paste on there?
My Noctua cooler.
Yeah.
The hardest part was because there's two screws that screw down that are like you push them down to get, there's like a spring under them. You push them down and then you start threading them. And the hardest part is because my cooler's got those big heat stacks,
right?
Like, fins, and you can use a regular screwdriver, but you're only going to be using the very tips of your fingers, and you'll be scratching them on the fins. Now they include a screwdriver handle, which really helps. But the hardest part for me was applying the right amount of pressure to get it to push down and start. Because I would push down and think I'm doing something, and then I'd let it go, and it would just spring back up and go, nah, psych, you ain't done shit.
Right. But I was gonna say too, I might have to take off the cooler off of this certain computer. I'm still on my XP machine right now with the tablet. I was trying to be on my current computer, which I finally got put together, and I was trying to, over the last couple months, I was, like I was doing other stuff, as you know, with the LEDs and shit, but
right. Oh, so much better. Oh God.
Yeah.
I had night mode selected, and then there's another option you have to enable. But yeah, I was listening. I swear to God.
It's cool. But yeah.
Don't hate me. Please don't hate me.
Oh, don't worry, man. I only hate you a little.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
That's cool.
But no, like I booted it up, and it booted and everything, because like I had totally taken this computer apart, and I had to put I put a 550 watt power supply in there, which I had on my older XP machines, which I was like, that should be enough, because I'm putting my new power supply in the new computer. So everything seemed to boot in post fine. It's just that I have to reinstall the operating system, because I guess it was kind of corrupted through all the computer just like randomly restarting all the time with that voltage problems. Mm-hmm. Because that could happen with your OS sometimes. Like if you're always restarting it when you're like it's in the middle of you trying to do stuff, you're getting blue screens all the time. That can corrupt the system and shit. So I got to reinstall it, which I was hoping to do today, but like I said, I slept in today.
Yeah.
And But the temperatures, I think I have two fans now. I mounted the extra fan using double sided tape and the uh, zip ties, which actually I made it look pretty good. Uh, it
Cool.
it still looks pretty good for what it is, I guess. But it's still kind of warm because like on idle it's like the upper 40s. Uh, and sometimes it'll go into the low 50s. But the rest of the computer is like really, because I cable managed it. It has the basement of the computer. There's like you can't even see any wires. Everything's all dusted off like it's brand new, and I have tons of fans in there, and like the whole computer is like freezing cold, except the CPU is a little bit warm. So I'm thinking it's got to be. You think that like the thermal paste might be kind of hot then, or like kind of like, like getting old?
What's getting hot? I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow here.
The whole computer is like icy cold except for the processor, and it's I've got two fans on the heatsink. Do you think you think the thermal paste needs to be changed out?
How long's it been on there?
Well, about like it's 2017, so probably about 3 years. Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm listening.
No, it's been about 3 years, I said.
Oh, I heard probably, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
um, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to check. I mean, it doesn't take long to do that. Just, swap it out, put fresh on there.
Well, I heard because sometimes when it gets that old, then like the thing is pretty much like cemented, like the cooler is cemented onto the processor.
Oh, well.
Might have to turn it on and then like take it right off after it's like kind of like liquidy or a little bit.
Right. Well.
And I know you got to like clean it off with some alcohol or some shit, right?
Yeah. You take the cooler off, and I used alcohol and based on the advice from Logan from Tech Syndicate's coffee filters, because even though microfiber wipes are nice, but you don't have fiber in your coffee, right? So,
Right.
Yeah. Plus, a pack of coffee filters is what, $1? So.
True.
So I.
When did you have to change? When did you have to change that? Like, put a new cooler on or something?
I took everything. Remember, I got a new motherboard, and you got
to
put
your
CPU in the new motherboard, or else it won't work. Take the cooler off, and wipe off all the paste, and fresh, and yeah, that doesn't take long at all. Just a little squirt. What do you use? Do you put like an X or a cross or like a grain of rice? They say.
Well, I haven't done it myself. Yeah, honestly, like my friend helped me put it on there. I think he just did like a dab on there or something. Like the grain of rice. Some people do it like an X or whatever, but
right. If you put on too much, you got to remember that's metal paste that's gonna squirt out around the CPU and can get on anything else. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's not a good idea.
Right. But anyway. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Also, the motherboard, like it's saying in the software, because I had the Asus AI suite or whatever on there, and it's saying that the PWM is reading at 0 RPMs, which I looked in the fan and it's obviously not. And the BIOS has said that it was going at like a pretty high RPM, so I'm not sure. I think it's just the software. But yeah, if worse comes to worse, I can replace the motherboard I mean, the motherboard is only like it's only like $70 right now.
It's going for. Oh, mine was $99 when I bought it. So
It's probably even less now.
right.
I might if I have to get a new
Let me talking to you.
if I have to get a new motherboard, then that'll give me an excuse to make this one with an RGB header too, right?
There you go. Look, I
um,
had to, man. All right, I didn't have options.
they make a AM3 plus RGB motherboards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I can't remember how to spell the name of mine. There it is. Oh, it's $89.
Wow.
I think 96. Yep. Link you what I got here. Copy. Go to the chat. Yeah, I got the 970 Pro Gaming Aurora. It's the one with RGB on the board, like built in.
Oh, the motherboard lights up. You're saying?
Yes, the what is that? The North Bridge and South Bridge or whatever the fuck they call them. Like the big chunk that says Pro Gaming. It's got lights above. There's a little like there's like a line built into the board that lights up. I never see the fucking thing because I always have the side panel on. But yeah, I lit it up when I put the thing together because when you're building, you got the door open, so you fix stuff and adjust things, and it does light up. And you can set that. I think it's in software. You set it. AM3 plus socket 90, and it's a 970 chipset, which my old one was the 990 FX, so it was slightly better, but this is still cool. Plus, you have there's a slot for M.2, but only if you're doing NVMe or PCIe based power. If you're doing like my I spent figure out why my M.2 drive wouldn't work because on my old motherboard I could boot from it, but I didn't have the operating system installed on it correctly, so it I had a SATA one, so I had to get a enclosure basically to put it in. It looks like a SD now, but the M.2 slot on this board supports PCIe M.2. So faster but more expensive. I wanted a terabyte on of solid state, and I got it. So,
what do you think about those motherboards? They have all the shrouding on them and stuff, where it like covers up most of the circuitry.
I mean, anything to keep idiots from touching it. I guess I don't know. I like to be able to. I like to be able to tell what the hell I'm looking at, and I have a copy of my I can search it from my phone. Like, so if I'm looking at parts, adding more hard drives to this thing, that was one of the first things that I liked about this motherboard is there are several SATA ports. What is it, 6? Yes, a bunch of SATA ports, but if I want to do RAID, I'm going to need more. So I've been looking at getting a like a SAS or a SATA controller RAID card, basically. And I couldn't remember how many express lanes I had. I can't remember. I couldn't remember what. Pull up I have the user manual that helps me. I can just pull up my phone and go, oh yeah, and then go right back into Amazon and buy shit.
Yeah, I always wonder like how many of those things like. Is there like a limit on the motherboard? How many like not just with like the slots in there, but like is there like a limit how many SATA things you could have on one of those cards or whatever?
Well, basically it's the card once it saturates your PCI bandwidth, yeah.
Is that what they call those PCI lanes or whatever?
It's how many that's where Intel's offerings. People say that Amazon's giving you more because 48 versus they were saying you get 26 and that's it or some shit. I don't know. I don't know the exact numbers here. I'm fudging it up, but you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention to that stuff when you're trying to expand for the future, and what they call that, future proof.
Yeah.
And like I'm wanting to buy a second monitor. I want to make sure I get DisplayPort. I don't need it because my GPU now only supports one DisplayPort cable. But in the future, I might use that other monitor for something else. And if I, have FreeSync on just that one monitor, but well, plus newer GPUs will use FreeSync on HDMI anyway. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
Right. Well, I was gonna ask you, like, after I finished building my computer here, I was gonna try to save up for like a better like monitor or whatever. And I was looking like around the 2 to 250 price, and they have, you can get some pretty good IPS 32-inch monitors, or for about the same price they have a 29-inch ultra wide.
Right.
So like I was thinking, like, for that around the same price, you get a little bit more pixels like vertically, I think, then, because the 29-inch is smaller but it's wider. So I don't know.
Yeah, me and Ian discussed this actually off of the show previously, because I told him I'm wanting to be a madman and have 4 monitors. When I originally had looked into getting an ultra wide, which my main display is, said, well, why not get a 25-inch? Well, 25 inches is shorter. For those of you at home trying to figure out what monitor you want, save yourself a bunch of time and go to displaywars.com, because you can enter 2 different 1080, or if they're 21 by 9, was that 16 by 9, 21 by 9, and like 4 by 3, you can, whatever, and you enter it, and it shows you a visual representation that's color coded to each one, so you know which one you're looking at, and it'll give you the measurements. I literally map that out as like, okay, that means that lengthwise it's this big and height-wise it's this big.
Right.
25-inch, 25. I'm spitting all over, but 21 by 9, 25 inches height-wise is only 9.85 inches tall. So it's less than 10 inches.
Okay.
Now, a 29-inch ultra wide compared to a 27-inch is height-wise. The 27 is 13 and a quarter, versus the 29-inch is almost 12 inches tall. But the 29 is 26.6 versus 23.5. So, but you can see the representation right there, and and everyone says that the aspect ratio, like when you're 25, it's squished, and I don't need any help fucking up my eyes more.
Right.
I would like to be able to see. So 34 is the biggest I want, and then I think I'm gonna go 29. And then I got a 27-inch right now that I'm looking at, John, as my secondary display.
What's your main your best monitor there? Was what size ultra wide?
34-inch. It's a LG. It's not a curved, and it's only 1080. That's the other thing. Everyone's like, dude, you gotta get 4K. Okay, my computer's guts are not gonna handle 4K.
How much did that bitch cost, man?
What, my monitor?
Yeah, 34 ultra wide. That must have been pretty expensive.
Well, I got it. It was a from eBay Canada, which made me go, ooh, okay. But this was last year I bought it. This was before everything started being curved. So, a big flat screen was the big selling point at one time. It was 300 or 400. I can't remember the exact amount because it's been so long that it's removed itself from my eBay purchase history. They only stick around like a couple months and then they go away. But they're the older models. If you like, I was looking on Amazon because I've been wanting to, and the prices fluctuate for no damn reason. It's like the price of gas.
Yeah.
It's so late. It's just like fucking retarded. Nah. And like, right now you can get a 29-inch. The prime shipped price is 226. But then if you go into like I look at the used prices because like you can get a deal if you trust it. Like because Amazon, like where I was saying about the return policy, even if you don't buy straight from an Amazon fulfillment, if you gotta read the details. Some of the sellers will even have the Amazon A to Z return policy, which is so many days in you can return it.
Right.
But this 29-inch right now that I'm looking at here, you could get it 225 new, or you could get it used for $189.54 plus $12.79 tax, and it's scratches on the top and sides of the item. I don't give a fuck as long as the screen's fine. I don't, and it's prime shipped, so it's 2 days, and it's coming from an Amazon warehouse.
Yeah.
Monitor on from them previously for $5. That's after the added tax. It was like 50 cents tax. And I got it, and I was like, all right. I opened it, and it looked exactly like I got a replacement because I got it, and it was missing the pipe part that sticks it off of your desk. Exact same. The only thing missing was that part. So, and I put in for return the night I realized that it was missing, and they credited my credit card back as soon as the return made it back. So I've had no troubles. Also have a Prime membership because all those, it's all about them benefits, bitch.
Right. Yeah, I was looking into their cloud or whatever.
Yeah,
Because it's
well, I got physical hard drives.
Well,
I'm a fear to the cloud.
Well, I've been keeping my music and a lot of our show episodes on my OneDrive, which I have. For one of their hard drives, they have like a few year promo that you get for free on there. Mm-hmm. But then I was looking at Microsoft's is a little bit more expensive than Amazon, so
right.
I just might. It'd be nice to use it as a backup, I guess, like you do with your external hard drives.
I have no problem saying the Prime membership for. Well, you get it on the discount. You can get it for like sometimes $30 for a year, I think, because it's normally like $60 or $80. I don't know. When you get whatever the cost is for a year, you get all of their Prime TV shows. You can stream those for free. Their content is Prime, but like I can watch Seinfeld right now, so it's I can watch Mr. Mom, but
right.
But you also get like the Amazon original shows are on there, and then you get like the 2-day shipping, which that's why I signed up right there. I was like, you mean I don't gotta wait for a fucking week? Okay. And then like they got what they call Prime Pantry, which is that you can buy a bunch of food items. Because I was gonna like buy some razor blades the other day, and if I buy a 10-pack, it's $22, or if I buy a Prime Pantry with a $3 coupon, but then they stuff everything in a box, and once the box gets to 100% full, you pay a flat shipping rate. I think it's like $5 a box per box of shit. That's how I got I got a bunch of Ecto Cooler remember when Ecto Cooler was back out and was the thing? That's last summer. Yeah. I bought cases of it. I mean like 4 at a time, and it was just coming in these big heavy boxes marked heavy. And that was all Prime Pantry. But my 34-inch monitor I've got now, I got off eBay. That's another thing. If you got to read all the reviews, all the feedback, because people will, just the same with Amazon. If you buy from another seller, I looked at getting monitor. Whenever they say this is how much it is, but there's like a cheaper price, I click on it. If the seller says just launch, because that's just somebody that's like, yeah, I'll sell it to you for $50. I know it's a $400 monitor. Yeah.
You got to look at, what did you say?
Like if you're on, say, Amazon, and you see a price, and then at the bottom they say might be cheaper from other sellers, or because it starts off at the suggested price.
Right.
Like I said, if you do, what was it, ultra wide, 29-inch, you'll get like I said, Amazon's Choice dollars for $226.
Yeah.
But right underneath that is more buying options, used and new. That's where I said the one guy has a used one for $189, and that's not just a reseller. That's Amazon fulfillment. So a used one. Someone sent one back. I don't know why. Hopefully it's okay, because you're kind of gambling with that. It's a used item. You read there, it's on top or side of item, less than 1 by 1. So less than 1 by 1 inch scratch. Will come in original packaging. Package will be damaged, or they sometimes say package not an original package.
Right. Well, do they have
those? Okay.
Do they have reviews of like? Because you have to like read reviews of like the general seller in general or whatever.
Right. Well, this one, like I said, let me screen share so you can see what I'm talking about a little better here.
Okay.
Which window is it? It's this one, I think. Okay, so this top seller here, the 189.54, it's a used from Amazon Fulfillment. So this is a Amazon, like it says, Amazon Wholesale Deals Warehouse. They've got 80% positive. It's Amazon. It's just their return section basically. I don't know what they're. You could read everything if you want. I don't know what they actually do with returns, or if they just restock it. But it's a high starred seller, and plus it's Amazon's quote unquote deals. So I put more faith in that. But this second guy here is saying I'll sell it to you for $177, used like new, looks brand new, no flaws. Okay. Oh, wait, 3 goods just launched. Fuck you. No, you're not getting my money. You're just somebody who's trying to scam me. Because look at all the other sales of $200 for a brand new one. See, which is really fucking stupid. It's this guy running a shop that's fulfilled by Amazon, by the way. Here, these are fulfilled by Amazon. So the guy isn't even running the store. Amazon's running his store for him. He just has his name on it. But
yeah, so you just got to pay attention generally to, like what a lot of people are selling it for. Like if you see one anonymous or whatever that's like really low, then that's kind of like a red flag.
Well, see, this guy's got no stars, no rating at all.
Right.
It's just launched as a thing. You can gamble on it if you feel froggy enough. I wouldn't throw my fucking money at somebody that anyone can launch a store, but if you got no feedback or seller ratings, fuck you. The 220 price, that's straight from Amazon.com. This GP Corp, I have a buddy that has an Amazon store. It's fulfilled by Amazon. All he does is, for him, he just mails stuff to Amazon, and then they mail out his stuff for him. So these people might buy straight from the Amazon store and then get a kickback. I don't know how that works, because these are all fulfilled by Amazon, even though they're a different store. Now, you just got to pay attention to that if you're buying here. Same with eBay. If you see somebody that switch screens, okay, good. eBay is the same way. You just look at the seller's feedback rating and read the reviews, because if you go to the seller's feedback, this guy has 0 negative, bunch of positive, and people actually say during the past month or whatever what they got from the guy.
Yeah. Also, I was thinking about getting a used camera here eventually too. Maybe over Christmas, and it's like, I guess you have to pay attention not only to like the cosmetic thing, but you got to pay attention to like how many clicks that they've used up versus like how many clicks that the camera itself is even rated for. So like if the camera is rated for like 100, like a few 100,000 camera, you know, like shutter presses or whatever, and the guys it's used up like a couple thousand, like you got to think of like how much then, you know, like the percentage of what it's used so far and how much you have left.
Right. Oh, this guy even included pictures. Scratches on portion.
Yeah, it's like has a couple dead pixels right in the middle.
Right. Well, you'll get that on one guy even included a piece of measuring tape next to the scratches, so you could see how big the gouges were, and like this one, I saw this last night when I was looking. Why would you show? Look at here's a couple scratches on the back, which I never cared about. Look at this fucking wall. Why don't you just kick a hole in it, buddy?
Right.
But yeah, I read all the reviews because these LG monitors are basically the same monitor, just with different specs. But they're always like, I don't like the back of it's glossy. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It's the back of the monitor. Do you look at the back of your monitor all day?
Well, if it's a big deal, you could always tape it off and spray a matte spray on there.
I mean, like, I don't understand why they even, because more than one reviewer bitched about that. It's glossy. I wish it flat. Who cares if the screen's flat? But
the only thing I will say is anyway, I try to stay away from the really bright or like silver or white bezels, because that kind of takes away from the picture then, you know.
Right.
Well, okay.
The LG ones, the bezels are black, and then the screen has like what they call like a anti-glare matte kind of finish. So it's, I mean, this is a Dell right here, but it's very similar. It doesn't. They're not wafer thin, you know, but they don't distract. I will say that.
Well, that's good. I was just thinking. I was just thinking, like, because a lot of the regular aspect ratio monitors are going down in price so much. Like, I just think, like, yeah, I could get a ultra wide, but then I could get like a really, really large regular aspect ratio monitor, you know. So it's like I'm trying to balance out what I want, you know.
Right. You know, you got to figure out. I mean, because like, you know, for my use, I wanted ultra wide because, you know, if I'm going to game, I want to get immersive. It's good for like video editing, so you can have a timeline up. You can, excuse me, you can have multiple windows up, and I knew kind of early on that I wanted to stack monitors, and if they're square like a regular newer monitor, they're not as stackable as if they're, you know, long ultra wide. So that's just, you know, the way I was looking at it. You got to find what you want. I know you said you're going to stay away from a 4K just because the way that, you know, for your distance, it wouldn't work with your eyesight.
Yeah, it would be too, you know, like the text and stuff would be too small. But I just know it'll be a real, yeah.
You'd have the guts.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a really nice editing rig with this, and again, nice upgraded monitor, and the 480 is still pretty good because the 580 is just a little bit better. You know, it's pretty much the same thing. You could overclock it to pretty much be the same card, you know.
Well, is you know, good platform. Vega's just there. Just taste it.
Right.
Because literally, they're at an event technically on the 30th, but like, it's like when the new. We've all seen the fucking leaked pictures, which we know are the real things. So everyone's just like, tell us how much. Shut up and take. We were discussing earlier the boards, like on the subreddits and stuff. People are either like, "Fuck, I'm too late. They're not getting my money. I bought a 1080 Ti," or people are still holding out hope, or some guys are waiting for Navi, which is the next thing after Vega. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm planning on getting a Vega graphics card first before I even go just because I need more ports, man. I want more monitors, man. And I'm waiting to see what comes and how it's going to be priced.
What?
Do you think it'll be competitive?
Well, I don't know. Are you gonna pay the extra buck for the water cooling version, or are you just gonna get the regular?
Well, okay. If it's an all-enclosed, because the Fury was water cooled, if you remember that.
Yeah, the Fury X.
And it was a badass card. Still is a badass card.
Well, it's their version of the Titan, right? Pretty much.
Kinda. So I wouldn't mind having it if it's like the Corsair ones where it's all self-contained. All you do is screw it down and you're good. I plus it depends. It depends on what's in the store and what I can walk out with. I wanted a 390 thing for this computer, and then when I went to the store, they're like, 390s are sold out, bro. Got a 380. Fuck it, 10. Because I could have waited. I could have waited and got a 390. But fuck it, take my money.
Right.
Because I just give me the goddamn thing. And a 380 really, even now, is still good. I mean, and if I really wanted to, I could sell it to the crypto fuckers. But I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna keep it. Whenever I turn this into a NAS, I'm just gonna. Why not?
Yeah. Well, I remember that at least the video that I watched from that Ulrich guy, he talked about the specs and everything with the cards, and he said it's going to be, I think, isn't it speculated to be like $1,000 and then like $1,500 for the water cooled version?
I don't know. Oh, so $1,000 for the card?
Yeah.
See, that's the big argument, whether or not it's going to be, because a Titan's what, 900 or 1,000?
Yeah.
So their deal was, well, if you look at their CPU builds, the Ryzen to compete with the i3/i5, but it's lower priced, so more people are going to want it.
That's what's new right now. Is I was going to ask, what did you think about the Ryzen the Ryzen 3s or whatever that compete with the i3s?
Oh, that's cool. I watched reviews. It's nuts. I mean, did you watch Linus actually was saying Rusty goes, it's kind of you should. And I'm like, what? He took Intel's weenie out of his mouth. They get an AMD component? What? Because there's, for the price, the performance, and you're actually getting unlocked cores. Why not?
Yeah.
And I love getting into arguments with people because it's the computer guy arguments. There's a guy was busting my balls yesterday about it. Oh, who gives a shit? It's underpowered, yada yada. I go, hasn't even come out yet, buddy. Underpowered? Yeah, it's too fucking late. Yeah, whatever. And the guy's like, you guys should quit arguing. I'm like, we're not arguing. This is just how PC guys talk. Me and my Xbox buddy, he's like, oh, I'm going to get 6 teraflops.
Yeah.
I'll have 12.
The teraflops, Frank. The teraflops.
Scorpio. They didn't even call it the Xbox X yet. They announced Scorpio, and he was like, oh, fucking hell. He's like, I'm going to get 4K 60 native. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. I'm like, wasn't the 360 called the 360 because they were going to call it the 720, but it couldn't be guaranteed to get 720? So,
I don't.
But you know, it's all about that upscaling, bro. That's all he cares about. He can play his older games upscaled. I'm like, whatever.
Right.
So
Oh,
anyway, we've been
but
rambling for a little bit here.
yeah, I it's important. That's what's hot in the news and stuff. All the, like the tech shit going on right now.
We're Jones and for yeah, Titans, yeah, Threadripper. By the way, you were talking about the box that your old AMD CPU came in. His FX series chip
Yeah.
came in a metal tin versus his Ryzen one came in. Did that come with the cooler, by the way? Your A350?
Yeah, I don't have the cooler in the box. It's somewhere in my closet, but yeah.
Yeah. I kept mine in the box because I wanted to keep all my shit together.
Right.
But no, like you got that, and then his newest one came in a cardboard box. Did you see the box? The thread.
What did you say? The Threadripper box?
Yeah, like, did you see the pictures of it?
No, I didn't.
Hold on. Need screen share again here. This application. This is the CEO of AMD. I watched her on Twitch when they announced at what was that damn thing at CES? Was it CES? Anyway, this is that's the box the fucking Threadripper comes in.
Nice.
It's a mailbox.
Yeah.
It's goddamn ridiculous. Cool though. Oh my god! And that's your Threadripper chip. It's the size of a nacho chip. It's huge.
Yeah. That's what I call it. This is like my red ruby here of a gem. It's just the box is pretty small because it doesn't include the cooler, and it's like, damn, man, the lower powered CPU's box looks cooler because it's like a giant cube, you know.
Oh yeah, because it's got the Wraith, which
yeah.
we were also talking. They finally said we're gonna let you buy the Wraith separate for $59. So someday he might decide to switch and get it because it's got LEDs and shit. It's cool, but you know,
Yeah.
if not, whatever. Did you want to get started on some battle stations, good sir?
Yeah, we can, man. We probably should. I was gonna ask you. We talked a little bit. We won't get into it right now, but well, first of all, we're gonna probably switch the shows back to Friday. But yeah. Also, we were gonna do. If he's even still awake, we were gonna invite Ben. Probably. What do you? When we finish my news, like, do you want to invite him maybe when you start your segment? Because then you just do your articles, and then that'll be the end of the show.
Oh, you figure we for him? Don't wake Ben from his nap.
Right.
I think when we go to Fridays, it might work that way because, like, he says he hops in. It's like, I could see you, but what the fuck are you doing not on the show?
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I either one, we'll talk to him about it because you know he's a big boy. He can use words.
Yeah.
Do you want on when Uncle Ian's talking or when Uncle Frank? So.
Right.
But yeah.
Tonight though, I'll probably invite him when we're. Well, what time is it now? It's it's 10:30.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, it's cool. I'll invite him now, and then I'll just start it because, like, I don't know if we're gonna start on Fridays. I guess it doesn't matter then.
Yeah.
What we do tonight, because he's probably not gonna be showing up next week then.
Right. Date night.
Date night, which is, I don't know,
he said they could do it any night though, which is, well, she said that. So,
like, what kind of relationship is that though? Like, they see each other maybe once a year. I mean, like, what?
I don't know.
What is it about her that he really likes that much? Where you're like, you know, put yourself through that?
Well, I long distance relationship, a girl from California, and before she was actually the one that lived with me for a good long time, Uh, I did the whole long distance thing for a long fucking time, which sucks with that big a time difference because they're 3 hours behind.
Right.
I get home at 9 o'clock at night, and it's already after when it's by the time it's midnight, it's she's just getting off work, etc. So, but I don't know, whatever.
Well, weren't they talking about like he was thinking about moving up to her then? Like if they can last, like if they make it work and stuff for a while, and then he decides to move up to her, then I guess that would work. But yeah, at least I think you got to have some kind of plan. You can't just be like in this existence, like online, watching movies together online every week or so. That's like I don't know what you call that.
She hasn't sent me a full body shot yet.
Right.
But anyway, you got my little opening intro there.
Yes, I do.
I include.
Man your battle stations! Man your battle stations! Station!
Yep.
Anyway, so let me get in my screen share mode since I've got the big screen up. Where's it at? Okay. So this is the first that Ian sent us here. It's the MacBook Workstation.
Yeah. So my theme that like I said, I try to do themes every week. Frank has been a little bit trying, I guess, or
all
something. You're saying.
Place. I try and fail. Yes.
Well, you were saying last week it was like your like setups with your desk.
Yeah, that was the theme I did. Yes, I didn't do too good a job.
Yeah, but
I had 2 out of 3.
You were saying this week though is or I was about to say my theme is Mac setups this week. So.
Oh yeah, I remember. Are these from the Mac setup subreddit?
Yeah, Mac battle stations. I keep saying I was gonna message you like all my various like themed station subreddits and stuff that we could use for the show. So
yeah, I subscribed to quite a few, and because I told Ian I have like 9 Reddit clients because each one offers a different experience. So anyway, so this guy's station here, how many pictures does he have? Real quick, 3. Okay.
Yeah, all of these I think have a good amount of pictures, so that's good.
Okay, good. So he's got a little desk with a keyboard and what the fuck is that over to the side there? That's his dock with the MacBook.
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
And, oh, here we go. 29. So he's got a 29-inch ultra wide there. Okay. With a 23-inch keyboard, stainless, AirPods, iPhone 7. Okay, MacBook, Touch Bar, Xbox One. That's what that is. I was like, thing. I couldn't tell. It was the first one, the biggest with a scuff. Oh. No, Apple TV. Okay. So he's got a little. There's his. He's got his MacBook on top and a little dock cradle thingy. Looks like a piston.
Yeah.
I don't know if he made that. I'll probably in the comments. Oh, vertical Mac stand is self-made with an old truck piston. Hey, look at me. But there's his Xbox. He says he has. I guess is that his Apple TV? Because the Apple TV is a little plastic puck. I can't even tell where it's at. It's probably oh there it is on the desk. It's by his 23 or 29-inch monitor. Okay, so that's cool. It's for what it is, it's cool. The Mac stations, you just walk or the laptop station. It doesn't have to be Mac. You could go wherever, and as long as you've got plugs.
Yeah. Now is that like LEDs he's got back there then too?
Yeah, I've got the same kind of LEDs on my desk that he's got here. It looks like where the just a square. It's not set in a plastic film like you normally see. It's literally
Right.
just a square with a wire going to the next square. He should have just had it around the back. He got greedy and tried to run it up the side, and now you see it, and it spoils it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna show you too. These are the LEDs that I got picked out for my newer build though. Like my let me see, put it up on the screen here. I've got this. I got these taped together just so I don't lose them. But it's a strip of it. It's like 1.5 feet, 4 of them. So
So that's four
that's
1.5 foot bundles.
well, it's it's a bundle of 4 of them. So it's gonna be like it's gonna go on the back of the computer. Like the windows, so you can't even see them. So yeah.
Yeah, because when you actually have the take note, everybody. When you put the light out,
You don't want to see them.
facing, you're supposed to have it see in the back. He didn't have the shot. Yeah, I don't think does he even have the shot. Yeah, he doesn't have the shot at the desk. This is the closest he's supposed to have a shot at the desk. You can see the blue bouncing off the textured wall. It gives it a different look.
Yeah.
I mean, a black pad too that I haven't put up yet because I'm gonna mess with my monitors again. But he ran it up the side, which you're not supposed to see it. The top of his desk is beat to fuck, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like a piece of metal he got somewhere and he just hammered it. But I mean, I get it. It kind of goes with, like I said, the textured look to rugged industrial kind of. That's cool. I mean, I wouldn't be sticking my Mac in an old piston, but I mean.
Well, some people they love like that. What's the type of paint that you could get where it's like the hammered metal thing, and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is a cool texture, man. I'm just gonna spray everything with this now.
Right. Yeah, it's textured finish. It's industrial. I get it. It just it's kind of rough and rustic, and I don't think techno and rough are supposed to go together. Plus, the monitor choices. I have one. I'm getting another. But that 23-inch, it's white. It doesn't match. I mean, I guess it kind of matches the wall and like the bottom of his desk.
Right.
I mean, it's basically, this is what they call that, average stations. Oh, he's got fidget spinners. No. But yeah, it's what they call average stations. He's getting shit together.
RGB. Yeah. Hey, at least this has got RGB on it. It's not just like a piece of plastic,
It's got an extra gimmick going for it.
Yeah.
I saw one that had an anime girl all around it. But
yeah. Well, what's cool about this one is you can, if you spin it really fast, you can make it. You ever see those tires on those cars where it like spins really fast, and then with the frame rate on it or whatever, it makes a design.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. It's spinning really fast, but it's making like a weird shape or whatever. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So the second setup you got here. Ooh. Oh. He's got a GIF in here. Look at this fancy fucker.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. See, Macs lend themselves to ultrawide because natively, I think most of them have like a 5K monitor, or if it's a laptop, a really good screen.
Yeah, they have like that weird 5K resolution.
So if you put that up, it'll usually look pretty good. This guy's got greedy. He's got two MacBooks there. He's got a big one on the left and another one standing up. He's got two big ass monitors, and he's got a sit-stand desk.
Those are really far apart, though. Like you really got to probably sprain your neck for the top one there.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're sitting at it, sorry, I don't think, okay. I mean, the filters can be used for proper noise isolation and sound deadening and reduce echo. By the way, if I have an echo at all, let me know. I can't. I don't.
I don't think you do.
But,
You're
okay.
talking about the speaker stands?
No, the phone. The phone.
Oh, okay.
But he's got a window right there, and like, what's in between like the? Oh, hi, puppy. What the hell is in between the things of foam here? Is that another window? Because like, that's just a pocket for sound to go in.
Right.
I mean, he put two up to try to help. I guess I don't. I don't know. Seems like it wouldn't be that effective to me. But you know, I mean, I'm just nitpicking at this point because aspect is cool.
Hey, it's Dougie.
Sup, bitches?
Some bitch.
What it is?
What is Jab Turkey? This here. Oh, he's got a little docking station for his extra hard drive. Are those multiple hard drives? What is that?
Yeah, we're looking at battle stations, which you would probably enjoy this one because the theme for this week for mine is Mac battle stations. So
Matt. Wait. Matt. Matt.
No, it's more like Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Cheetos.
oh yeah, by the way, did you guys did you watch the that one video with the Mentos and Cola thing that LA Beast did, and he talked about Pepsi is coming back with another round of Crystal Pepsi in August.
No, I didn't know that.
I did not see that, but that's gonna be boss.
I don't know. Did you like the Crystal Pepsi, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, you liked it.
I got some, but I'm more of a Coca-Cola man, so I don't go out of my way to buy it. I've got two. I got one in the fridge, just in case, and then I got one on display over with my. I got my Nuka-Colas.
You're like Ben with that Baja Blast, man.
I got Baja Blast. What up?
Ben
What up?
Ben told me, he's like, I'm waiting for it to go up in price. I'm like, dude, seriously. Seriously.
No. I got a case of Ecto because I drink the shit. This guy here, by the way, he's got this. I bought one of these Belkin bullshits here that's supposed to be a surge protector for multiple devices facing different ways. The fucking thing is a piece of shit and didn't even work. So.
Right. Oh yeah, Doug. Look, I finally picked this up here.
Hold on.
Oh.
What is it? Unfortunately, the video feed's kind of shit.
Oh.
So.
1800X here, Ryzen.
Oh.
With tax, unfortunately, it was 430. It was 400, but then they gave you with that tax, man. It's like 10% of your 400, which is crazy.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for buying a Ryzen.
That's right. He should have stuck with the Pentium D, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the only way he's getting the D.
Why would he? He's not homosexual. He doesn't want the D. I'm confused. I'm scared, Tommy. I'm scared, sir. We're all scared, son.
And besides, you guys want each other more, anyways. You guys with all those fights and stuff, it's like just kiss already on the show.
Strangers. By the way,
I,
Ian, did you see this on the setup? He's got this little. The honeycomb is the most useful thing I've ever printed with a 3D. This thing right here. he included a link to the Thingiverse link there. So once you get your 3D printer going in, you could churn some of the bad boys out, sell them on Etsy.
Yeah. Was it? I tried this. The software doesn't seem to be like installing right on my XP machine, so I'm like, whatever, man.
Well, makes the first half of the sentence make sense. Software didn't install right. Oh, that doesn't sound good on my XP machine. Oh.
Ah.
Well, there's your problem, right?
The point emerges.
Fucking answer.
I'm trying to find out. I'm looking at this setup. It's nice. I'm trying to find what kind of speakers those are there. It doesn't. Okay. I thought it would say in the description.
Hey, Microsoft still cares about XP. They released that patch for it recently.
That's only because fucking was it like 20 to 30% of the business space still uses fucking XP?
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to upgrade to anything else.
Yeah.
Then, well, let's not get into that again.
I mean, for fuck's sake, the computer, the registers at my job run XP.
Yeah.
Not the registers at your job.
Well, most registers run at least some form of XP. That's the big reason. Like registers had those super itty bitty HP mini computers that they used to shell out back in like the early 2000s. All those ran with XP, and it runs like basically shell hardware. So, like it maybe has a gig of RAM, which is just enough to run this really simplified version of XP that's specialized for registers.
Hey, Ian, look.
Oh, is that the Vega?
Vega.
Yeah, that's like what you wanted, right? And all in, like it's all.
Yeah, that's the limited edition version with the walks like. That's Paul's hardware, by the way. His Instagram, Vega.
Oh yeah, did you see too? Like, you said they backpedaled again because they like that. Linus, he went back and forth on it or whatever because there was that WAN show. They're like, oh, we might have been wrong about Intel.
Yeah.
And now he went back to AMD or something. You were saying with the Ryzen 3 competing with the i3.
Video, he was talking about Ryzen 3. He's like, yeah, you probably should pick it up. And I'm like, really? Okay. But
well, what would either of us have a use for that though?
Yeah.
What, Doug?
Said I watched that video, and it basically said from a price to product comparison, the Ryzen chips are really competitive, and in many cases pulled forward. As a matter of fact, I think he said all the lines pulled forward. I just like having that Intel infrastructure. I really do.
Oh, somebody read the bullet points on that PowerPoint presentation where they said, we got infrastructure. AMD doesn't.
I like my stuff to just work out of the box.
Okay, well, I'm running a AMD out the box. No problem.
No, I'm talking about anything I can throw at it. Oh, well, this is a brand new processor that runs this Ryzen chip, and you don't have a driver for that? Oh.
Everything requires drivers these days, Doug.
Oh.
Everything. Unless you're on a Mac, and then anyway,
that's cool. Let's just wait till the news, right, Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's okay. I've got stories in there. Don't worry. It's okay, bro.
Easy. I do have to ask though, like, what do you think either of us could use for like an i3 though? You think you might use that for like some kind of media thing or something?
Me?
Yeah.
If I didn't already have my gaming rig that I was planning to turn into an NAS, would be a good Good option.
Yeah.
I like this guy's light in here, by the way. I don't quite understand why he's got an extended mouse pad that doesn't have his mouse on it.
Is this the third one we're looking at here now? What did you think of the second one?
Yeah. Oh, well, the second one I'm enjoying. I like it very much. He's got a lot of stuff. I mean, hard drives for days, son. That right there.
That ain't shit compared to what I have.
Well, okay, but are yours IDE though?
No, I have old school SATA.
Oh, okay.
It's like, yeah.
What kind of a Mac setup do you got, Doug?
Huh?
What kind of Mac setup do you got? Like a crazy Mac Pro?
No, I just have a Mac Mini. I got the base model.
Oh, really?
I think I got the base model 2012. 2 gigs of RAM, I think, and 500 gig hard drive.
How come you never got that trash can Mac?
Because I don't have fucking $2,500 to blow. Or however much the trash can one is.
I would like Snazzy Labs. Did you see he took a base model iMac and built it up to be like the higher end iMac?
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah.
I saw that.
I like this guy's pupper. But yeah, it's got all kinds of good stuff. I was just on the second one since we were kind of
Yeah. This is the third one. This monitor is like really thin. It looks like, is that like an OLED monitor or something?
Let me blow it up. He doesn't. He has it in the wrong lighting for me to be able to see.
Yeah.
The branding. Oh look, he's a Sony pony, Doug.
Hey, Sony in the game and Mac in the computing space. That's pretty much perfection right there.
I got that same lamp from IKEA though. It's by the way, it's a baller lamp. It's like $9, and that mounting bracket you can adjust it to fit different situations. I love Mac products. The keyboards though.
What do you think about the OLEDs though?
It's really.
How long do you think it is before you get one of those?
What this shit is?
Money.
So you get a what?
See this right here?
Yeah. Yeah, Doug, I see that. Did he freeze?
Uh-oh. It couldn't handle it.
I can't handle that keyboard.
Sound like Transformers, man.
Okay. I don't. Are you there, Doug? Hello.
He's probably gonna drop out here if it keeps like that. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I saw a picture.
Can't get down with the keyboard. I'm a bitch.
No, you listen to this show after this. You'll hear how you sounded. You sounded like a robot.
You sound like a cell phone before you lose the signal.
Well, I think there might be some power users in my area. I'm actually getting the same thing off of you guys.
Oh no. Is your wife streaming Netflix?
I've actually been on the network here streaming 3 devices, including this, and not had a problem.
4K, son.
Well,
But,
what was it? You're talking about a keyboard, though?
Don't make it show it again.
I use a Microsoft keyboard.
Oh. Is that the cheapy one, though?
That's like a $50 keyboard.
Really?
At the time.
The
Mac Minis don't come with them.
Oh.
They don't come with keyboards, and they don't come with mouses. So you have to supply your own. So I was like, well, shit, I need to go get a keyboard. Went over to Best Buy, and I'm like, give me your best Mac keyboard. Well, we only have one, and it's a Microsoft. Okay.
Well, I went to Best Buy. I said, yeah, I need a keyboard. They said, okay, and they showed me those. And I was like, that's not what I want. And then I was over in the gamer section. you could hear the finger quotes gamer section.
Yeah.
Was my Corsair, and I said that's what I want. That's what I want. So, but yeah,
Frank, what do you think about those OLEDs though? You think it'll be a while before you get those?
Let's see, they're expensive. So yes. Same with 4K. Well, 4K costs a lot, and you got to buy a brand new computer. Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
And that didn't stop you with your keyboard or your monitor.
Well, no, but I mean, I went with as cheap as I could. My monitors are refurb Canada.
Well, that's true. I mean, they have those RGB keyboards that go up to like $300 or something, don't they?
They have one with macro buttons, which is the exact same, but there's like a second set of buttons on the left that you can assign to whatever. But it's an extra $11, and I said, "Fuck that! I don't need that."
Oh yeah, did you see that Barnacle thing where he had like that little number pad that's made for podcasts where like you could program each button or whatever?
Yeah. No, I don't need. All I wanted RGB as an option, and I wanted media keys. Oh, and mechanical switches, and this fit the bill. So, but anyway, back to this guy's setup. All the speakers, I like the lamp. I like the lamps. The lighting's real good. The monitor, I don't know what the fuck it is, but I would probably take it if he gave it to me for free. Yeah.
It might be an LG because LG, it looks like they have that style with their base where it's like curved or whatever. The feet are.
Right. I can't tell. And then he's got, looks like a hard drive next to his PlayStation, and looks like a little jar of change and shit. He's got some like fidget cubes or something in there. I can't tell.
Well, no, I'm talking about the one where he has like a rainbow screen on there on the picture where it says first Mac set up with custom monitor stand. This is on the third one.
On the third one?
Yeah.
Third one, I just see that you're talking about this guy that I have up right now, right?
Yeah, here, see.
I don't see that. I got only 3.
Yeah, this is the screen here that you're on, right?
Yeah, I only got these 2 images.
If you scroll down there, see.
That's all I got. Look, this is the bottom. On my page here. I'll have to look on Reddit because I always send myself the Reddit link because it usually has more links. The imager, he just has 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks cool though.
Go to let me find this picture here. You said it's Mac stations.
Yeah.
But is it Mac battle stations or Mac? Because I have Mac setups.
Reddit is dark and full of spoilers, but you can't get spoiled if you watch it live. Stream Game of Thrones on HBO with Direct TV now.
No ads.
Meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
Wow. /r/Mac. But
Oh yeah, I'll message you the picture on the Hangouts here.
that'll work.
Welcome to Mac Battle Stations.
Yeah. By the way, Doug, do you know what? All right, were you still doing the show tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. What is the theme going to be for tomorrow?
Not 100% yet. I'm still going over some things. A little bit this, a little that. It's a little bit of a slow news week for a couple items. So we'll keep my mind open, kind of keep my ear to the ground. So.
Right. Shana Soko. Right.
Yeah, I just sent you the direct picture link.
I see.
So what I might do is I might do like a AMA or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the imager that it's from.
Oh, that helps. Hold on. Come on. There it goes. There we go. Source. Okay.
Is that even the same setup?
No.
What is
That's a different video. This is the third. This is something else you gave me.
Oh.
But Max. Okay, it is Max setup. So I'm subscribed to that already. That's cool, bruh.
But well, which one are you liking the best though so far? I know this that's probably going to be hard to say because they're all pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah. If I had to pick a number one, I probably would pick this guy because he's got the most stuff going on.
Yeah.
He's just got drawers full of shit that I would rifle through. Hard drives, and cables, and plugs, and a dog. Hi, dog. What's the dog's name? Say nothing.
The lamp one, I mean, it's okay, I guess.
I like the first one. I'd probably go with the third one as my second, and then the first one, and
Move 24,
and then number 4. What about you, Ian?
Yeah, mine is going to be the second one as well, and then I would probably say the first one second, and then this one, the lamp one, third.
This one be the Xbox and the piston would be your second.
Oh, that one. No, I like the lamp one second. The one with
this one.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
I mean, I guess we shouldn't include the one with the picture that I sent you.
Okay, so this one, no, drop it out.
No, it's just like an extra one, like you do sometimes.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Which one do you like the best, Doug? Do you like the Sony pony one? You said that one's perfection.
Well, show them all to me again. That one. See that?
Got this in here.
Okay.
And he's got a here for some reason, and then here's this guy. This was the first one we looked at.
Okay.
He's got an Xbox. He's got his MacBook in a dock cradle piston thing he made. He's got an Apple TV. This guy with the sit-stand workstation with his hard drive.
See, I like that guy the best because, like, you can actually tell he does shit. You know what I mean? Like, even if he's just, moving like regular data around his house, like, he does. He actually works there. It actually looks like he does shit there. You know what I mean?
And just pose it for a photo like this guy. You don't know what he's doing.
I mean, something like that. I mean, yeah, it's nice, and that's my number 2. However, like, that's the type of shit that you take a picture of when you just got done cleaning your fucking room and you got done drinking 3 or 4 Jolt Colas the night before, and you're like, fuck, I gotta clean this up and get my fucking life back together.
Right. And then this guy is just like, whatever. Like, he has some Mac stuff. That's about all.
Well, like, that's more the type of stuff that you have in like a like almost like a dorm room. Like, say, like, you got your own dorm room, so fantastic. So now you have a room to put shit. Because really, I can go out and buy some $20 LEDs and paste them to the bottom of my desk, but you don't see me doing that shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Now this is like, dude's got some big boy money. He's finally like,
yeah. He's like, man, I just got a little bit of money, and
He's got all the Call of
I
Duties.
decided to buy a sweet desk or food this week. So,
he's got a copy of 1984 and.
Oh, wait a second. No, this motherfucker's got a copy of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. This motherfucker's automatically disqualified from being a
And he's got a pop vinyl here. And he's got the box that his stainless steel cup came in. See?
Shit, dude. Seriously.
So,
I mean,
okay.
I like Harry Potter and all, but the Cursed Child, no.
You like Harry Potter and all.
Right.
I do.
Okay.
I just
Sorry to
wanted
hear
to that earlier today.
Would you like to see my setups for the week?
Yeah, that one's my number 2. The one with the.
Would you get one of those, Doug? Those sit-stand desks?
Oh, the up desk?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're pretty expensive, though.
They are,
Okay.
but if you're the type of a person who doesn't like to sit or stand for long periods of time, it's a fantastic option.
Yeah. You just got to make sure your cables are managed, like, really good so you don't, like, rip them out and shit when you're moving it up and down.
I'm lazy. I want to sit all the time. I got a bed next to me. I can lay down if I feel like it. And his tower over here.
That guy definitely looks like a podcaster, though.
Yeah.
He's probably got like his primary workstation that he does his actual podcast through, which is the ultra wide, and he's probably like moderating a chat section or doing something else with the laptop. So you can tell that guy, not only does he actually have a workstation that he does shit on, he actually has all of his space put to the best use possible.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I've been trying to do with this room is making better use of the space and actually not only opening up the room a little bit more, but making more use of the external space around just where I'm sitting. Is that it's just like I had this shit set up, and once I'm done with it, I'll definitely take a couple pictures and show it to you guys. But like I had CDs and DVDs in one spot, CDs and DVDs in another. Now I have CDs on my desk because I don't really put a whole lot of other shit on my desk. And I have a rack, like an actual scanning rack on the floor over here on this side. But I also have all of my DVDs, Blu-rays, and my video games on this side now. And it just looks a hell of a lot better. And my display boxes for some of my tech stuff. It just... Yeah. It fills the space a lot better than before. Than before. The only thing I really have to do is just like I got to do my weekly cleanup of the room and cable manage. So,
yeah, like, I mean, I want to get more monitors and stuff. Like, I have all my monitors split between multiple computers. So like, I have. When I get a newer monitor, I'll have like 4 monitors, but they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna be split up. I'm not gonna have them all on the same thing like Frank does. But yeah,
Technically,
you can
until I get Vega. Until I get Vega, I'm gonna have 4 monitors with 3 on one and a computer just for that extra one.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if you could kind of see or whatever. I have like my tablet and I have a mount for my phone and TV and stuff, so like I could, or monitor and shit. I could do like a chat thing or whatever, but I don't know. I'd have to figure out a way of making a mount for my tablet and shit. Like, don't they have like tablet cases you could put like an arm on them or something, Frank?
I mean, yeah, they got like they got when I was looking at monitor arms. They have monitor arms with trays built on them, so you can put like either like an iPad or a keyboard or whatever.
Right.
But
what kind of sound system you got there? Do you have a crazy one like that? The one that we all liked? Those. What kind of speakers are those, Frank? That were on the
here?
This one? The Sis stand desk. Yeah.
The M audio.
Oh, okay. Do you have those kind, Doug?
I currently don't really have any speakers except for this bad motherfucker right here.
Oh, you see, I figured you out of everybody would want to have, since you're all about the CDs and shit, I would expect you to have some crazy sound.
Well, the thing is that like I have roommates and I have a wife.
Oh, you have roommates? I didn't know that, man. I thought you just had a wife.
We told you.
I did.
I have a roommate and I got a wife, and I don't want to blow out their ears with something I'm playing, because it's right. This room right here is like so self-contained. Even if I put in a sound system, I blow my own fucking ears out. And that'd be a little stupid. Now I do have like a really small set of speakers as well, just a itty bitty one, like the little standy ones that most people put on their desks. I got for free someplace. I can't even remember where I got them from. But those actually somewhat pass as almost home theater speakers, because the range on them is actually quite high. They're only like $10 speakers, I think. But just the range on them are fucking insane. And I can actually use this guy, I think, as a subby if I wanted to. But
Well, what kind of home system do you guys have with your TV?
We don't have one.
You don't have a home theater?
Nope. I could grab one if I really was like super into the home theater stuff, and I've had the speakers and stuff before. I generally don't get all up in the speaker game. Like, even when I try to, I was so disinterested in it, it almost never got used. You know what I mean? So
They didn't give you shit there at Walmart being a manager, did they?
oh, I had the option to get some like fucking sweet ass shit first off the line, but again, it wasn't something that I was massively into. Home theater stuff is one of the few things that I'm not that heavy into, mostly because a lot of them just sound the same. There's not a whole lot of differentiation from model to model. I mean, one plays the Blu-ray, one plays DVD, one does DTS, one does Dolby. I myself, I don't get into the whole 5.1, 7.1, type
You're
of
not
thing.
an audiophile.
Like, if I was going to do that, I'd actually want an actual viewing room that I could completely strip out, repaint, and make it look like a theater, and actually have a full scale sound system in. Like, actually wire it into the fucking walls. If I was going to go so far as to buy a home theater system, I would go the whole nine. Just because if I'm going to get into that, I want to be into that. And I have neither the space nor the fucking patience right now to fuck with that. It is just not happening. Not happening. And I don't think my wife would appreciate me saying, "Oh, let's get a $700 home theater system." That would not be a smart thing to do.
I'm not a smart man.
Frank, I could picture you. You should try to apply for like some kind of electronics job, like I could picture you working at Micro Center and shit and telling people what all the hotness is about.
Yeah.
No. See, Frank would just be there like, see that processor? It's my dust collector.
That's right. Just like my MacBook that I don't let Doug touch. So, my theme for this week, I just picked cool desks. So
this revolves around the desks again.
Yes. But see, you'll like it. Okay, so this first one, obviously, I like the wood desk. I've got the same mouse pad right now. I'm gonna switch to a different one, but it's nice. You got the Shitty DX Racer chair, which I would get, but
you don't like the racer chairs, man?
no, it's a waste of fucking time and money. Their lumbar support is so no.
Yeah.
All the guys on Reddit are like, oh no, your back will cry after a couple weeks. This second guy here, I'll show you the post. He's got a big ass desk. Look at his tower. Look at that.
That's pretty cool tower, man. I like that.
Yeah. And then he's got, monitors, which is what I've got right now. Jameson, which, that's good stuff.
Okay, here's my question. Why has his dumbass got a ball of Jameson right next to high-powered electronics?
Because they're way over to the right. Look how far away it is.
Yeah, that's less than a foot.
What, that's...
Close enough to fuck with one, close enough to fuck with all. Obviously, this person is not that intelligent.
It's a closed-off bottle, Doug.
First thing we're going to do
his drink is on a coaster.
Put the thermal paste on the processor.
Dude, don't they make cup holder trays for your computer?
I think so.
People do that shit, man.
You can have a drink because you're an adult. I was like, oh, what's up with this? He's got a entire album here. Look at this. They built this desk themselves. There's a pipe frame. They got some butcher blocks that they stained, and one Alex drawer. Like I've got two of those. They painted the pipes, put them together, and booyah! Look at that.
So okay. So you said they actually got butcher blocks.
Yes.
So they essentially got the fucking computers on old meat boxes.
No. It's brand new. It's just like my countertop is
it's brand new. It's brand new, never cut on before, right? Right.
The material is this material, Doug, is called butcher block because that's what you. It's like a cutting board. You ever seen a cutting board with this kind of wood on it? It's the same thing.
It's like a giant, just like cutting board that you'd buy.
Oh, I didn't realize they had all these pictures. And there's this keyboard with a wood wrist rest and Chairman Browns.
Not even really talk about like the shit wood that they're using.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Motherfuckers couldn't use some fucking paneling.
Wood paneling? What is this, 1970, Doug?
You damn fucking straight is.
Oh, that's a nice. A nice little setup this guy's got here. He's got he's got his shitty speakers, placed sorts of fucked up ways. That's the only gripe I could say.
He spent out all his money on the fucking desk and forgot to spend anything else.
Oh no, he got a wood panel and a thing there under the chair and.
Wait a second. Go down a little bit. Go down a little bit. What the fuck did that? Yeah. Motherfucker side mounts a PS4. No, he's disqualified. Get him the fuck out of here. Who fucking side mounts a PS4?
Oh, you don't like standing the PS4s on there?
No, not only is it a pseudo crime to fucking stand the PlayStation, you don't fucking side mount it.
But they just had it like hanging on a string.
Only thing I can cite him for in this picture, Ian, is his speaker placement. He's got a speaker to the right here, facing him. Okay. He's got a speaker behind his monitor, facing away from him. And then he's got this middle bar, which is supposed to be in the middle, up top and towards the left, facing the total opposite. Makes no fucking sense. This back speaker, if he's sitting in this chair, he's not going to hear it. So,
I do have to admit that does look kind of ghetto though, with the PlayStation mounted on the side like that.
If he had hid his cables a little better, if they'd hidden that and ran it straight to that TV.
No, fuck that shit. You don't fucking side mount a PS4 to a fucking shoddy ass meat block fucking desk, okay? We want to thank you for playing our game. Now, please take your shit, get the fuck out.
Well, at least he doesn't have a subwoofer on a desk, right, Frank?
Oh, there's a guy. Oh, I forgot to send.
Wait. Time the fuck out. What in the mother of fuck? What in the fuck is really fucking? Is that fucking Hennessy on the left side of my screen?
No, it's
alcohol.
what it is. Yeah, right over by a nice keyboard, over by his computer.
Does
he say what it is?
Fucking done with this dude. Fucking crimes against humanity.
There's a guy. I actually let me find this picture to share with you guys while you're talking there. Oh, here it is. Hold
on. Oh yeah, Doug. What do you think about those? Like, I was telling Frank, I'm not a big fan of them, but he has one on his desk. What do you think about those little fake plants that all these tech people have on their desks now?
From IKEA.
Fucking stupid.
I will agree with you on that, man. It's just like they just try to be trendy, and they're like, "Oh, just add this little."
So look at this. Here, look at this setup, Ian. What do you think? I think of this setup.
I don't know what you think. You probably like. Well, like, you probably like it, right?
I'm like, okay, it's cool, whatever. It's got.
See, I can dig that. I can dig that. Like, no dumbassery.
Yeah, no. Look hard, Doug. What's that in the corner?
Is that? Oh, he's got that little fake plan in there.
No, that's behind the plan.
Stupid. That's fucking stupid. But you know what? I don't see no fucking dumbass speaker layout.
Oh yeah, he does have the get the subwoofer off that desk too.
The subwoofer doesn't need to be on the desk. That's
my comment. My first comment was, is that on your desk? On your PlayStation? Yep, he's got his fucking sub sitting on top of his desk, on top of his PlayStation.
Oh no, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Automatically disqualified. Get the fuck out. There's the fucking door. You can get the fuck out of my fucking house.
Yeah, it's like you had the subwoofer blaring there, and it's like, how come my disc isn't reading?
Right. Why is my hard drive skipping? And
yeah,
it's a giant magnet sitting on top of your fucking place.
See, I can forgive like a white desk. A little bit on the side because just on account.
Well, I told Frank I don't care for white desks because they make me think of those plastic fold-out tables that you get at Walmart.
That's very one of those. What do you mean you give a white desk? That's racist, Doug.
Fuck the white desks.
A weeb.
Yeah. Right. So I figured you'd enjoy this guy with his detailed, logging of his build from building the desk, staining it, putting
his detailed log of his failure. Yes.
See, and it made Doug angry. So it's a win-win situation. And then this other guy, like I said, it looks pretty cool in the nighttime.
That white one though wasn't that wasn't part of it, right?
No. I just wanted to show Doug the sub on the PlayStation just to see his anger. But yeah, so the three to choose from, they got this one, and I'll just for the custom desk guy. So see, the Stormtrooper wallpaper, if a guy's like, this is my first build, and they're like, yeah, they got a Stormtrooper wallpaper. They always do.
Well, if you included the Stormtrooper one, I probably would have liked that one the best, even with the subwoofer and plan and shit.
Yeah, that one is actually the best. I mean, it is set up the best out of everything. It's a pretty basic setup. It doesn't look too cluttered or anything, except that he needs to take that fucking cat grass and go throw it at his cat. But
but no, I like this one the most. And then his lamp there, I don't know if he said that anywhere in the comments. I've seen this lamp before. It's that X there is actually a wireless charging spot for your phone. So you sit your phone there, it charges. I like this one.
The only problem with those is you can't use your phone then when you're charging it because you got to lay it down.
Well, I mean, do you sit and stare at your phone when it's charging? I mean,
but yeah, I use my phone all the time when it's charging because my phone's always about to be dead.
Well, I charge mine all the time when I'm not using it. So.
I guess we're all agreeing then the first one is definitely the most professional looking.
Really the best looking overall, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
No. I like the second one the best personally.
Oh, I thought you were going with the first one.
No, I like the first one. Don't get me wrong. It's got a big wooden desk. I like big wooden desks. The other one, the desk is bigger, and he's got
Yeah, more service area to spill your fucking Jameson.
Well, the only thing is that picture,
the
the thing that makes me not like it is so dark in that one.
Well, see, but it's dark in my room right now. He's got a bigger desk. He's got booze on hand. He's got a portrait monitor and an ultra wide. I like this one the most.
So that looks weird to me. Portrait, right?
All right, mini rant time.
Uh-oh.
Booze at the ready for a fucking computer.
There we go.
If you're I don't give a fuck if you're fucking playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 73 and it's 4 o'clock in the fucking morning and you ain't got to be at work the next day because you're on vacation for the next 3 weeks. You don't need to have no fucking alcohol fucking while you're at your fucking computer. I have alcohol in the fridge that's right next to my TV here and my monitor for my server, but I don't drink in here very often at all. And even when I do, the drinks don't come near this shit because I'm not a fucking moron.
Well, you definitely eat. You definitely eat in there, though.
Yes, I eat in here, but you know what? I have a trash can right next to me, and the fucking food goes in there.
Yeah, but there's a bottle right behind you, Doug. I don't see what you're talking about. You cracked
all the electronic stuff is over here. I can't go, whoops, and there goes a bottle of Jameson right down into whatever crevice that my computer is currently sitting at.
Doug, I have a 6-foot desk. If I spill a drink, for one, the butcher block will soak it up, and second, it's 6 feet. I have plenty of time to wipe it up before it even hits the tower.
But you know what? Say, so you got animals, don't you?
Yeah.
What animals you got?
3 dogs.
3 dogs. Dogs are in a room with you. You got to go to the bathroom. You come back. Dog tail. Dog doesn't know what it's doing. Fucking dog tail comes on. Oh, drip, drip, drip. It's been fucking dripping for God knows how long because it's you and you've been in the bathroom probably for about 5 hours. So it's fucking fucking dried ass Coca-Cola mix with fucking Crystal Pepsi and Cherry Coke all the way down your fucking new gaming rig.
My computer has feet. It's on the desk right next to right now a coaster and a cup. If cup were to spill now, it would run around the bottom.
You have an open top next to your computer?
Yeti mug right
Are
next to my
you
computer.
Fucking serious? What
CC.
the fuck, dude? Seriously. This is $1,000 components that you are endangering. This is like the shit of people who have phones and don't have a fucking case on them.
Doug sounds like your mom telling you should be practicing safe sex or something, you know?
You should be practicing safe computing, okay? Intelligent computing.
Look, there's my tower. A drink right there on a coaster.
How could you, Frank? How could you?
Pretty easy. I just sat down on the coaster and had a drink. So
you're a big boy, Frank. You got everything under control.
Drinks on the show since we started doing it. I've never, even when I have spilled anything, it's never endangered anything.
Wait. So you have spilled things. So
did you wash your hair?
There is a possibility of electronics destruction, and you did not learn your lesson.
Oh, here we go. Doug.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
You need a sound effect, Ian. Doug.
Yeah, I do.
I'm just saying, but I'm not saying, but I said, though. I've spilled things on the floor.
That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. That means that you are leaving a possibility out there. I'll tell you what. Let me tell you a story about a man named Jed.
No.
Oh shit!
He was shooting at some food. Up on the ground came a bubbly.
So 2 weeks ago, this girl I know comes to work with the iPhone. I'm like, you should put a case on that. She's like, no, I mean, I like the cases, but I haven't found one that works for me. And then she came in about 3 days ago. She's like, I know what you're going to say, Doug. I said, what? She's like, I cracked my phone. I should have listened to you. And you know how many times I would tell people this and they'd come back like 2 weeks later and be like, I need a case or I had to get a replacement for my phone because I broke it.
Oh, wait. Isn't that why you got a new iPhone? Because you broke it?
I didn't break it. It fell off my...
so you admit that it fell.
through actually no fault of my own.
You admit, you sound like a lawyer, so you admit.
Exactly.
You witnessed the destruction of electronics in your presence, sir.
Yes.
Why did
Yes,
you not
I
stop it? The madness, sir. The insanity, sir.
Sir, you don't try the system. The system tries you, okay?
Okay.
Right now, the system is telling you not to be a cockboy.
Cockboy? No, Doug, my phone, if you want to know, my phone has a Rhino case on it that, you know, I've seen videos where the guy dropped it from a second-story balcony and it bounced, and it's fine. And
but the correlation is still there from a phone to a high-powered computer.
And my screen has that bulletproof glass, literally.
Don't deflect the subject, sir. You're admitting that you're willingly putting your electronics in danger.
He'd shit if I said that I left the door open on the side of the case.
What the fuck, dude? Seriously.
To damage this thing, Doug, I would have to pour the beverage on top of it.
So let's say it your drink falls, it spills on top of your power surge protector.
That's in the back of my. Then it would have to be thrown across.
Delete.
We got a 26
I win this. There's no possible way that you come out on top.
Oh, hey, by the way, Ian's got a glass desk. Let's start on that.
I admit that I have a glass desk. Yes.
Ain't nothing wrong with a glass desk.
Dude, they have glass. Even past that, they got glass towers with the, what do they call it, tempered glass case.
Ain't nothing wrong with the glass desk.
What about? I was saying a tempered glass side panel on your case. Now they have even.
Look. There's nothing wrong with the glass desk. Okay.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Number one, go back up. Here's number one. What fucking dumbass had a glass table with a fucking subwoofer on top of it?
This guy. Look at his chair. His chair was ate the fuck up, one.
I mean, for fuck's sake. Like, what the hell is wrong with somebody that they're gonna fucking put a subwoofer on a glass desk and expect that fucker not to break?
Look at this guy.
Well, let's take a look and see where his fail is here. Go ahead and pull up that. Pull that up. Let's see. Rule number one. You don't have multiple items on a glass desk like that, especially heavy ones. And it looks like he had a fucking projector on there. You see that shit?
I like his beer bottles on the floor.
It looked, but it looks like also he might have had some sort of audio equipment on the glass desk. Something you don't fucking do, And it looks like he had multiple monitors on that desk. So you have a dumbass who has too many items and too much of too many items on the same glass desk. A glass desk is better suited for someone who has a minimum amount of items and doesn't expect to expand those items in large scale. Most of your glass desk fails are going to be people who load up too much of too much.
Yeah, I just have my flat screens and a couple, like a mixer and stuff on my table.
And the thing is that if you space them out correctly, you can divvy up the weight on those items correctly as well.
Look at this guy, Ian. Ooh, the tempered glass exploded without being touched, he says.
Yeah.
Hey, so you admit, Frank, that you didn't put your helmet on when you went on your bicycle.
I don't. Here's an embarrassing fact about me. I don't even know how to ride a bicycle.
Join the club.
I
know how to. It's just horrible.
My parents bought me one. I had a cast on my foot because of my club foot, and then I lost interest. Now I like cars, so I don't even fuck with a motorcycle. Anyway,
Yeah.
So
well, I ride a bicycle. I was thinking about getting, since I can't drive, I was thinking about getting one of those electronic bicycles that will go up to like 25 miles an hour without you even pedaling.
Actually, but watch out though. You could be arrested in high school. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I apologize because he was a year ahead of me. Came in over the weekend. He said that he was out and he had been drinking. So to not get in trouble, he was riding his bicycle around, and he got a DUI on his bicycle. The cop told him he could be driving a big wheel, and he is still technically in control of a vehicle, even though it's not a car.
Yep.
If if they really want to get you, like those guys with the electric bar stools and like the gas powered, same thing. They're like, this isn't a car. No, it's still a vehicle. They will get they'll get in trouble for it.
Oh yeah, Doug. Could I show Doug something? Uh oh. Oh shit.
Sparks fly out of it for some fucking reason.
It just blew up.
Well, wait. What did you have on top of that? What did you have on top of the Ryzen?
Green label.
Oh, well, see, the thing is, like, the hardware doesn't have any support anyway, so it just falls straight through it.
Oh, there he goes. So,
oh boy.
You guys think that my number 2 is your number 1, huh?
I don't even know what we're talking about now.
The setups.
Yeah, I know. I forget the setups.
Oh.
Well, I choose the meat black second. My first is the number 1, and then your
so you like
the blue one.
And then you like this guy second, and then the one that I picked for 1, you guys picked for number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you choose as the meat block second, Doug?
I choose the first one only because that's the only one worth choosing.
Wrong.
My fault.
I need that gift of Donald Trump. On.
It's a good way to avoid the question, but.
It's not my fault you have low standards.
Here you go. Here's Doug.
Oh.
Wrong. Anyway, is it time for the news, Ian?
Yeah.
I give them a shout out, but this is way too involved because you got your Imager, then your Reddit, so fuck it. Theme song.
Theme song. Let's play our theme song. Looking. There we go.
The news with Ian and Franklin.
What the hell is this? What? Fucking No Rights podcast?
Yeah. Check out my Tumblr. Brother. Okay.
Check out my Tumblr. Check out my Tumblr. Check out my Tumblr.
This is formatted like it's a phone. Here, look. It's all down the middle. Look at all this wasted fucking space. Oh, boy. Okay. Blame Canada. Oh, blame Canada.
Eh?
U.S. official effects artist. Washington, D.C. Hollywood digital animation and effects artists say they can't compete against aggressive Canadian subsidies and are fighting back at NAFTA public hearings. California-based 3D artist Eric Rosenthal has worked on movies, commercials, and video games, but he's now working to change the long-standing U.S.-Canada trade agreement he calls unfair. Rosenthal recently made the trip to L.A. to Washington to participate in hearings organized by the United States Trade Representative ahead of NAFTA renegotiations. He laid Canadian federal, provincial, and territorial government rebates of up to 60% to eligible costs, saying the subsidies are pushing Hollywood studios to move productions north, destroying animation west. Okay, just want to say here, formatting blows, and then he hyphenated percent, per space cent. Fuck you. It's one word. The U.S. studios demanded the visual effects industry move to places like Vancouver so they could reach subsidized government rebate. He recently told a committee examining the roles of Canadian incentives on U.S. animation jobs. This caused many of my colleagues to lose their jobs, homes, mortgages, as they north to keep working. Oh, the shit's all going to Korea anyway. U.S. animation groups say animosity towards Canadian incentives started 4 years ago when Canadian written film Life of Pi won several Oscars, including one of effects. A subsequent documentary titled Life After Pi blamed the closure of the Los Angeles animation studio weeks later on the lure of tax breaks. I mean, LA is expensive to film in anyway for like actual films. Like we've had some people film in movies in Columbus because it's cheaper, and just like they said, the city goes, well, if you'll film here, we'll give you tax breaks and all this bullshit. So I can understand, but I mean, boy,
It's,
Doug, what do you think, sir?
It sucks Ben's not here because I figured he'd have a lot to say about this.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, it's a little funny that this is all popping up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's, you know...
No, Vern, I don't.
It's a little shady. That's all I'm going to say.
You saying that they're coming out of the woodwork on purpose?
Yes.
Okay. Oh shit! Sony's legal quest to remove its leaked developers kit from the web.
Yeah, I figured I'd throw this one for Doug here.
Oh shit! Sony appears to be using copyright law in an attempt to remove all traces of a leaked PlayStation 4 software development kit from the web. This effort also seems to have extended in recent days to the forced removal of the mere discussion of the leak and posting of a separate open source homebrew SDK designed to be used on jailbroken systems. A few weeks ago, when word first hit that version 4.5 of the PS4 SDK, Jesus, had been leaked online by a hacker going by the handle. These SDKs are usually provided only to author development kits. The SDKs contain significant documentation that, once made public, can aid hackers in figuring out how to jailbreak consoles, create and install software, and enable other activities usually prohibited by the hardware maker, as we've seen in the wake of previous leaks on PlayStation 3 SDKs. While you can still find reference to the version 4.5 SDK leak on places like Reddit and Max Console, threads discussing those leaked files on sites like GPA Temp and PSX Hacks, for example, appear to have been removed after the fact. Cached versions of those pages show links, now defunct, to download these leaked files, along with a message from Chrome mods to please spread this as much as possible since links will be taken down. We'll get nowhere if everything keeps private. Money isn't everything. Chrome mods notes on Twitter that his original tweet posting a link to the copyright notes from Sony. Okay, time to remove all the download links to the SDKs, LOL, he writes. I don't want my Twitter accounts suspended. Copies of the files hosted by Mega and MediaFire are also appear to have been taken down by copyright request, though other mirrors do seem to exist.
This is where it gets interesting too. If you read the blocking more than just copyright files.
Oh, okay. Well, I just had to scroll through and see how much I had to go here because, okay. In recent days, Sony's copyright-based legal requests seem to have extended past the removal of its proprietary SDK file to them. Sony has yet to provide a response to a request or comment from Ars Technica. Earlier this week, PlayStation Hacks owner Gregory Rasputin posted a note intended to provide transparency around the removal of a post about the leaked SDK. He includes copies of correspondence from his host about a complaint from Sony Interactive Entertainment and Irdeta USA. It's authorized, non-exclusive agent for copyright infringement notification. That complaint cites the Berne Covenant for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works, the Universal Copyright Convention, as well as bilateral treaties with other countries, is asking for PlayStation Hacks post about the leak to be taken down. Gregory Rasputin says he responded to this request by noting that he did not post the referenced files or even link to them. In this point, could not see where I had infringed any copyright. All I had done is post some text and a screenshot of the SDK. I did not provide any links so that users could get the SDK, he writes. A cache version of the PlayStation Hacks post includes the note that these files are illegal, so I will not be linking them, alongside a screenshot showing and about the SDK page that was part of the leak, alongside a listing of folders. Yesterday, console hacking website.
It's okay, Frank. You don't have to read the rest. It's just pretty much Sony has like a system where they have a like an automatic thing where like anybody talking, like where searchers for like anybody talking will get flagged or whatever. It's kind of like YouTube's copyright thing, you know?
Right, just bullshit.
Yeah, so like they hear it sees as, oh yeah, you're talking about the SDK, so you must be doing something illegal or something, you know? You get flagged. Doug,
what do you think?
Well, here's the thing. Everyone angry about something that's illegal being taken down. Yet, number one, you had to expect it coming. Number two, the fact that you expected it coming and still posted out the links and still talking about it, still perpetuating the spread out of the SDKs to people who are not authorized devs, because you have to pay to be a dev. And the thing is also, anybody who's holding those or had links up, they can be sued for spreading trade secrets. So if you don't want these pseudo hackers, dropping SDKs all over the web and then getting sued for millions of dollars, maybe you shouldn't be fucking with shit that you have no business fucking with. I mean, this isn't. It's not like it's number one. It's new from Sony because they are still in court over the stripping the PS3 of the Linux installs, and I think that's still ongoing. But I think it might have gotten settled out of court or whatever, or something along those lines. And it may be your console, but it's their programming. I consider my PlayStation 3 and my PlayStation 4 to be mine. Yes, they are my property. I paid for them, and I'll play the games I purchased for them on them. However, that does not give anybody the right to go fucking with the programming on those devices, as far as going in and changing specific features. It's just not. It's number one, is stupid. I mean, not only are you fucking with shit that shouldn't have been fucked with to begin with, you fuck it up and you break your console. Who are you gonna blame?
well, actually, didn't we do an article about a judge ruling that could have implications for that, where he determined like if you bought it, you could pretty much do anything you want with it,
you're allowed
right,
to
Frank?
reverse engineer your own device. It's just like buying a car and not being able to work.
Yeah, because
There's a difference between reverse engineering and straight up ganking somebody's source code.
right.
What
Well,
you're saying, though, Doug. You just flat out threw it over a veil of fucking with shit you shouldn't be fucking with. No. That's the shit Bible thumpers say when they say, look at them queers getting married. That's stuff that God shouldn't. No. You can't throw a blanket thing over it. You got to back up your statements with statements. You can't.
What I'm saying is, if you're going to reverse engineer your own operating system, and you end up fucking with your own operating system, and you brick your console, that's on you. Yeah, but if you're fucking around with a dev kit on a PlayStation, and you're really fucking around, and all of a sudden you brick it because you're fucking with an SDK that has no business being on your system, or it's a different version and whatnot, all of a sudden now you have people like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and RMA it. And that's happened in the past where people fucking with software on a console and then RMAing it because they fucked it up and they want another one.
Well, yeah. The main problem, though, that's not the problem, though, with this article. The meat of this article is about how much that they're overreaching with it, and they're doing automated things like YouTube is doing where it causes problems with people's just speech, Yeah,
I agree with it. If you're going to perpetuate and spread the knowledge and the fact that something illegal is being done, you should be prevented from doing so.
No, you should be prevented from saying that, hey, there's illegal stuff happening. Just saying that.
The guy is reporting on the article.
Yeah.
The guy is reporting on the story, though. He's not saying, here's how you do it. Here's the links.
He's not really aiding in it. That doesn't really help anybody with that stuff.
He's someone who's reporting on PlayStation hacks, saying, hey, there's a hack out there for the PlayStation 4.
Well, hey, I fully stand behind all the articles that we do where we say, hey, did you know there's a USB thing that pretty much can hack your computer? I think it's better for these things to be out in the open because then everybody knows about it, and then you could find a way of preventing things,
Well, there's a difference between preventing somebody from hacking your computer and having a developer kit that may have information pertaining to the inner workings of a device.
Well, okay, you understand. You admit that there's a difference, but the thing is, the guy doesn't have the developer. The guy doesn't link to the developer kit, and yet he's suffering the same problems that the guys who link to it are seeing. He's getting the same crap.
And now we're talking about it. Should we get thrown in jail, Doug?
Yeah, we're going to get flagged too. We're going to get a copyright notice in the mail from Sony. and Doug says
when you're specifically when it says something called PlayStation hacks, okay? How can you be surprised if PlayStation is fucking with your shit if you're reporting and like your name is PlayStation hacks?
Oh boy.
How can you honestly be surprised if Sony coming after you if your sole purpose, your name is directly linked, called PlayStation hacks, and all of a sudden you report on the fact, hey, there's a developer kit running around out there. 100,000 people go searching for that shit.
So you're kind of set. I mean, I can kind of see where he's saying where it's like if it's on like a torrent site or whatever, and you're talking about, hey, there's a torrent floating around. I mean, I could kind of see that, but
let's don't fucking get that shit, dude. I mean,
the guy explicitly said there are links, but I will not provide them. This is illegal. And he covered his butt as best I think you're supposed to in sharing with the article. Whether or not they website as the whole reason for their treatment of him, I do not know. But unless he's the owner or maintainer of the website, posting a post on a forum does not make you a criminal.
Also, what sucks too is
make you an enabler. I don't think he should be prosecuted for posting that, but the fact is that since he put that information out there, he's perpetuating it.
Well, the problem is he could be prosecuted because all Sony has to do is just put a bunch of money into lawyers, and then like you don't have that. This person probably doesn't have any kind of money to fight this. Do you think so, Frank?
No, not to the extent that he would probably have to pay. No.
That's the problem with the system today is companies can, even if they're in the wrong and they know that they're going to get, like they're not going to win the case, so they just get you with the money.
There's also a difference between a civil and a criminal. if they're trying to prosecute on the criminal level, which reporters should not be prosecuted on the criminal level, there are public defenders who will be there to help out. And there's also free speech attorneys who work on behalf of people who do these types of things to cover them. However,
yeah, you get like the shittiest one.
It's still an attorney, and they're still going to know about the law pertaining to whatever they're being accused of. Now, I don't think somebody's going to be stupid enough to try a criminal case over someone who's reporting a piece of news, but civilly, maybe he should have thought a little bit more before he posted about that.
Okay, this next article. Oh, snap.
What happened to me?
It said, oh, snap, there was an error. So, Pokemon Go fans enraged as first festival ends in a connectivity disaster. Oh, Jesus. Booed on stage as gamers left unable to connect to play a popular augmented reality game after mobile networks and servers overloaded. The official Pokemon Go Fest collapsed in chaos on Saturday after attendees who had queued for hours for the chance to catch legendary Pokemon found the game almost unplayable due to overloaded mobile phone networks. Developer Niantic offering a full refund for the $20 ticket, $100 worth of in-game Pokecoins, and giving Lugia to all registered. The event still casts a shadow over what was supposed to be a very public celebration of the game's first anniversary. Wow.
Yeah, and also I read that people even had trouble like just getting out of the place. Like they're like, "Fuck this shit," but then there was like a line just to exit the place.
Nice.
Yep.
Wow. I'm sorry. That's a horrible, horrible thing. But it's still kind of funny.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's not me. If it were some shit that I was lining up to, like if they were giving away bugs and all of a sudden, and there's a line to get out, I'm going to be mad too. But, you know.
Yeah.
So, okay. 89 billion AT&T Time Warner merger. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Approval looking likely despite Trump pledge to block deal. Needless to say, consumer advocates and smaller competitors aren't too keen on AT&T's $89 billion plan to acquire Time Warner. They argue that AT&T's unethical behavior, empty promises, and anti-competitive shenanigans make it extremely likely that the company will lose its greater size and leverage. They worry that AT&T will make it harder for competitors to license content necessary to compete with AT&T's DirecTV Now streaming service and arbitrary usage caps and other tricks of zero rating to similarly put competitors at a disadvantage. To fuck you. Yes, they're going to fuck you. Just grab your ankles and hope to God that they're gentle, because that's all they're saying. They want money.
Just spread them.
Money. Trump, of course, said a lot of things on the campaign trail, including promising to break up his already completed 2011 acquisition of NBC, something Trump couldn't have done even if he wanted to. And while some thought that Trump's disdain for Time Warner owner CNN would streamline its chances, made this in an article one time, for the deal by selling any assets that would have triggered an FCC review. And Trump subsequently appointed a Department of Justice antitrust boss on recording. He has no problem with the deal. Yeah. Imagine that. He lied on the campaign trail. Imagine that. I'll do this. I swear. Okay, I'm in. I'm not doing anything.
So
yeah.
would this be like the biggest merger ever then?
Yes, I think so. I mean, they already have DirecTV, so it's like eventually Russia. Did you watch the TV? Well, what network? No, just the TV. There's the one. You turn it on. That's all you got.
Yeah.
You can have antennas anymore. They come to your house and pluck them off your rooftop.
What are you talking about? There's no slow lane.
Yeah, I mean there's a fast lane, but Well, then isn't there a saloon? No, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. You made that up.
So how much? So Frank, how much did you pay for your Netflix.com and your Reddit.com? Did you get Reddit in that package?
See, I'm saving up. Maybe next month I can afford it. They're going to talk about some news articles, so I really got to hope that nothing bad happens before then, or I won't know about it.
All right.
Doug, you got any comments?
Well, I think there's the Time Warner merger thing that you're actually thinking of is some of the smaller actual systems that Charter didn't get when they switched when they merged and made Spectrum. What you're actually seeing is, I think it's like less than half of the units that were actually available for Time Warner before the merger happened. So this right here is just a scoop up. It's essentially some remaining territories and some of course staffing and I think they also with that there's some hotspots that are built into Time Warner services as well. So not only are they taking on assets and also all their debt and stuff too. So,
well, no, this is with AT&T. AT&T is a huge company, man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, is that actually Time Warner, like Time Warner Cable, or is that Time Warner itself? Because those are two different entities. You have your Time Warner Cable, which there are some outlying areas left after the Charter merger that made Spectrum, and then there's like your Time Warner,
Not sure.
Now we're actually it's actually Time Warner, not Time Warner Cable.
Yeah, I think everywhere it says it's Time Warner. It doesn't say cable. It's just Time Warner.
All right. So now the thing about it is that Comcast owns NBC Universal. We're just going back to this kind of memey big boy shit now. So it's not going to be fucking terrible. It's not going to be the best. All this really means now is that you have, instead of the Comcast company, now you have, it's going to be AT&T. So
yeah, but this would be like them gobbling up Verizon or something. It's like where we just going to merge all of our broadband and wireless carriers and stuff.
No,
yes.
No, Time Warner isn't. What you're seeing here is it's not Time Warner Cable. It's not a provider. They already have a provider. If they're going to attempt to pick up Time Warner Cable again, because the last one didn't work out, remember? This is an actual a Time Warner company. It's actually a content style company.
Yeah, Time Warner that owns Warner Brothers and all that.
Yeah. So now you're going to see it's going to be content plus provider, just like how Comcast is content plus provider.
Yeah, I always get those. Yeah, I did get those confused then.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked them, like, wait a second. So I knew, like I said, there were some outliers after the Charter merger from Time Warner Cable, but I couldn't remember if it was the outliers for that or if it was content. So,
well, either way, we're fucked. They're going to get all our money and fuck us in the ass.
There's only one thing that can save us.
What's that?
Google Fiber. Google Fiber.
Reverse malware infecting hundreds of Macs remained infected for years. Surveillance malware dubbed Fruit Fly was easy to spot but flew under the radar anyway. That gives attackers a surreptitious control over webcams, keyboards, and other sensitive resources has been infecting Macs for at least 5 years. In fact, number nearly 400 and possibly much higher remained undetected until recently and may have been active for almost a decade. Patrick Worrell, a researcher with security forum SINAC, said the malware is a variant of a malicious program that came to light in January, at least 2 years. Dubbed Fruit Fly by some, both malware samples capture screenshots, keystrokes, webcam images, and information about each infected Mac. Both generations of FruitFly also collect information about devices connected to the same network. After researchers from security firm malware FruitFly variant infecting 4 Macs, Apple updated macOS to automatically detect the malware. The variant found by Wardle, by contrast, has infected a much larger number of Macs while remaining undetected by both macOS and commercial antivirus products. Analyzing the new variant, Wardle was able to decrypt several backup domains that were hard-coded into the malware. To his surprise, the domains remained unavailable. Within of registering one of the addresses, close to 400 infected Macs connected to the server, mostly from homes located in the United States. Did nothing more than observe the IP addresses and usernames of Macs that connected to his server. He had the ability to use the malware to spy on the users who were infected. This shows that there are people who are sick in the head who are attacking everyday Mac users for insidious goals, Wardle. Although the method of infection remains unknown, Wardle suspects it involves tricking users into clicking on malicious links as opposed to exploiting vulnerabilities in apps or in Mac OS. A lot of Mac users are overconfident in the security of their Mac. The discovery just goes to reiterate to everyday users that there are perhaps people out there that are trying to hack their computers.
Okay.
Okay. I need you guys to talk because I'm.
Yeah. Well, that's a good ending there.
Throw here.
So what do you think about that, Doug? Macs are definitely not. They're human. You know, they're not vulnerable. Well, you know,
they're not safe as we once.
Well,
they're not safe as we once assumed.
Here's what I'll tell you. Very simple. If anyone honestly believes that there has been a zero sum of malware out there for Apple devices, you're a fucking moron. However, the reason why I use Apple is that your safety in general is higher by at least 500% as far as your safety goes online.
Yeah, but the thing that sucks though is you got to wait for Apple to update their OS and stuff to fix that stuff, don't you? You have to wait for them to roll it out. You can't just go and download your own antivirus software for the Mac, can you?
And you know what? I'm good with that. So you're telling me that because I spent a little bit more for a Mac, I don't now have to go out and spend out $60 for a shitbag fucking spyware detector?
Yeah, but I'm saying you're gonna have to wait for them to roll out. So in the meantime, you have to deal with it.
So you gotta sit there.
And you know what?
Owning a fireworks.
I've had both of my Macs and my iPhones and all my iOS devices online and haven't had an issue yet.
Okay.
Whereas this Windows computer that I have on the desk right next to me, 3 months in, was so fucking downtrodden with fucking spyware and malware just from going to standard websites like fucking Yahoo and Google and Facebook, that it was rendered unusable within 3 months.
Hey, I'm still using the XP machine. It still does good with the viruses and stuff.
That's because XP was really the last good stable version of Windows that didn't have some sort of shitbag fucking virus detector. It's the fact that the Mac items that you purchase are of a higher quality overall than most Windows machines because you can drop Windows into anything. You know how much I paid for Windows 10 license this week?
How much, Doug?
Now keep in mind, this came with a broken machine, but it came with a fresh Microsoft 10 install. I paid less than $10.
That's the $10. Oh.
$10. I thought it was the OS was free.
Hey Doug, how much was your the latest Sierra download? How much does that cost? Oh, okay. So the price, price equals performance. So less than $10.
Price does not equal performance because anything I've been downloading using Mac has just worked. anytime I've ever tried doing anything Windows related, I always have to fucking search for fucking bullshit drivers and make sure that I have some fucking shitbag malware detector that I have to pay extra money for. No, price does not equal performance. People just believe price equals performance across the board, and that's not true. Sometimes a provider will give you something built into the unit that you purchase that has an element of quality in it that just works, and you don't have to worry about extra bullshit. Okay, I can deal with Windows just simply due to the fact that I have to deal with Windows. And we've all been beaten down and fucking hit over the head with the club of Microsoft for so fucking long, simply due to the fact that it's, you can buy cheaper systems, but if you want an actual fucking license for something, you still have to pay out Lord knows how much. I mean, for fuck's sake, You
guys should check out this video about this guy that fixes computers and stuff, and he talks about how the Apple service was actually, he had to spend more on them fixing shit than the actual computer cost.
Was he working on an older model of something that Apple doesn't support anymore?
It was a little bit older, but I don't think it was that old.
There's a couple other things I'll tell you too. I've heard a lot of horror stories from people talking about Apple as far as their support goes. But anytime I've ever had to deal with Apple support, it has been nothing short of the best customer service experience that I've ever had as far as computers go.
2011 laptop.
In what year?
2011 laptop.
In what year did he get it fixed?
2015.
Well, the name of the video that I linked is Apple uses spike to force planned obsolescence. Watch $750 Tier 4 repair plan performed with $2 in parts.
So he basically wanted to search for a reason to bash Apple.
Well, he was talking about on this about how they're, like they don't want you to have like the proprietary tools or whatever to be able to fix the computers,
Well, that's understandable. They don't want you to fix your own shit because they do it a certain way. And if you generally try to fix your own shit, like say if the processor fucked up on my Mac Mini, they don't want me to go in and fucking replace the processor with another processor, or go in and replace the wireless module. Everybody bitches about that. And I'm sorry, if you're taking a 2011 MacBook and you understand how the product cycles work, which you should understand how the product cycles work, 4 years later, after that model, for the most part, is basically kind of pushed to the wayside for something newer and faster and more efficient, you're searching for a reason to get pissy.
You're going to stand there on a fireworks stand and tell me you don't know whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsey daisies, with or without the squeakle whistling kitty chaser?
Way it is, bruh. Way it is.
It's like, I remember we did that article about, because it was kind of scared that they were going after people being able to repair like the consoles and stuff. I mean, if you force people to have to go to just you, then I think that's a bad thing,
Well, that's just it. You don't have to go to just them. There are some places that are like iCracked and places like Fix-A-Phone that if you crack your screen, they're actually taught by Apple to fix your shit, and you ain't got to spend out $600 to get a new one. And there are some also, not a whole lot of them, mind you, but there are some places that will fix your MacBooks and your iPads and your Mac Minis and shit like that, because of the fact that Apple puts it together a certain way. And if you're going to buy this product, if it's within like a warranty period, yeah, you fucking take the fucker in and get it warranted. That's another thing this idiot obviously didn't realize, is that Apple Care only works for so long, and then after it's not covered anymore, the costs go up. Again, a dumbass looking for a reason to bitch.
So here's my story, by the way, since we're sticking with Apple for a moment. Apple silently kills the iPod, discontinues iPod lineups.
Well, that's clickbait because he only killed the iPod Shuffle and the iPod Nano. The iPod Touch is still going strong.
Fuck the iPod Touch.
Oh, clickbaity article gets shot down.
That's just shit.
Oh.
Oh, so you have to buy the Touch now. You can't buy the Classic.
Yeah, they dropped the price of the Touch down to $199. I think you start off with 32 gigs now. So.
Oh, when they drop the price down, that means we get rid.
What were your thoughts on it, though, Frank? What kind of discussion were you hoping this was stir?
What the?
Yeah.
I was expecting it to instill fear into the hearts of men. It's the greatest thing that Apple could sell because it made the Zune seem like such a douchey thing. I mean, you can still buy DAPs, digital audio players, but I'm not gonna. I've been following the guys who are, the audiophiles to them and shit. I'm not paying out the ass for basically an iPod.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll do. Those will do different formats, but
yeah, I see there's like this musician on Howard Stern that was trying to show off his device or whatever that only took like a proprietary music format or whatever,
Well, that's what Apple technically does, because you can't play. I think iTunes will play FLAC. I don't know if the iPod will. But the best thing that you can get through an iPod is lossless. And then if you want to do anything higher, like OGG or whatever the hell it's called, or any of those oddball ones, then yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, just Apple tries to control everything that you can do or have, so
Right.
And that for some people that might be better, honestly, but for me I don't think it's right for me,
I've got another Apple article here, by the way. 27th, that's when I got this article. WikiLeaks publishers documents from the Imperial Project of the CIA. Ability that provides an operator the ability to Trojan an OS X disk image installer with one or more desired operator-specified executables for a one-time execution. Ares is an automated implant written in C that supports a number of POSIX-based systems. Rails, Solaris, FreeBSD, CentOS. It supports automated file exfiltration, configurable beak interval and jitter, standalone and collide-based HTTPS/LP support, and SMTP protocol, all with TLS encrypted communications with mutual authentication. It is comparable with the graphic specification and provides structure, command, and control that is similar to that used by several Windows implants. CP is an OS X rootkit that provides stealth and tool launching capabilities. It hides files, directories, socket connections, and/or processes. It runs on Mac OS X 10.6 and 10.7. So I just saw that from WikiLeaks. So I thought that was interesting.
That's interesting.
People make you feel a little less secure in your Apple Jacks.
What do you think about all that WikiLeaks stuff, Doug?
For the most part, pretty stupid. Again, people putting out shit that probably shouldn't have been put out, Not again, I'm one of those guys that, what, as long as it serves a purpose and people do what they need to do, I don't generally care. So
I don't really care.
By the way, did you guys hear that guy, that McAfee guy, he got physically assaulted or something?
No, again?
Yeah.
I think he got attacked before. He is crazy yet on drugs, so.
Yeah. Well, he's been on the Alex Jones show a lot.
Well, he's crazy and on drugs too. Oh wait, that's a character.
Yeah, that's just a character, Frank. Come on now.
Right. Even though he's named the same as the guy, can transfer digital information without loss. The optical field pattern resulting from the Talbot and the self-focusing property can be used to encode 36 bits of digital data. Phys.org. Researchers have designed an optical lens that exhibits two properties that so far have not been demonstrated together: self-focusing and an optical effect called the Talbot effect that creates repeating patterns of light. The researchers showed that the combination of these two properties can be used to transfer an encoded digital signal without information loss. Applications for realizing highly efficient optical communication systems. So I through this.
Is that kind of like how they can transfer like data with like lasers and stuff or whatever?
I don't know if it's just like a specific lens. Like maybe it's going back to our more less like low tech and actual like analog. Oh, you got a lens in front of the laser, and now the laser, you know?
Yeah.
Like what is it? Like a macro lens for an iPhone. You got the most sophisticated, camera that you can get, and then you stick a little piece of glass in front of it, and hey, now it's better.
Oh, you talking about those little camera like adapters you could get for like a fisheye or telephoto?
Yeah, fisheye or macro or yeah. I just thought this was cool. I'm not going to read all this with these Chinese people's names and butcher their names and embarrass myself and their families.
What?
But
did you know though that you can with lasers and stuff, you can if you had the right equipment, if you pointed at a window, you could use it like a microphone or something.
No, did not know that.
Yeah,
freaking lasers.
Google search lasers uses microphone.
Yeah, that's just why I need my history. Searching all this shady shit already.
Yeah, the tin foil hat shit, right?
I'm already gonna get in trouble for talking about the Sonys.
Yeah.
So I brought this up. This is there's an article, but I wanted to bring up the comments thread because I want everyone to join a discussion. Now I'll pull up the actual article. AMD currency mining isn't a long-term growth driver. Chipmaker AMD has seen its sales buoyed in recent big demand, for graphics cards by cryptocurrency miners. According to its latest financial report, AMD recorded $1.22 billion in revenue during the second quarter of 2017, up 19% compared to the same period last year. This increase, the company said, is being spurred by higher revenue in the computing and graphics segment. Yes, cryptocurrency mining isn't part of its long-term strategy for growth, according to Lisa Su, the firm's president and CEO, who remarked on the phenomenon during a quarter two earnings call this week. However, the state of affairs...
We're liking that, though.
Right. Could change depending on how the situation progresses in the months ahead. Su said during the call, relative to cryptocurrency, we have seen some elevated demand, but it's important to say we didn't have cryptocurrency in our forecast, and we're not looking at it as a long-term growth driver. But we'll certainly continue to watch developments around the blockchain technologies as they go forward. Mining is an energy-intensive process by which new transactions are added to a blockchain. In return for adding new blocks, miners are awarded with new tokens, with the profits being derived from the difference in the prevailing exchange of rate for those tokens. Much of the demand for the graphics cards, or GPUs, is being driven by Ethereum miners. Bitcoin mining, by comparison, is accomplished through special purpose computers designed for that singular purpose. So, yeah, they weren't expecting it.
So pretty much we're not going to use this as a long-term plan, but we appreciate the money. Keep that going.
Thanks for the money.
Yeah.
But
we're not going to make any. Well, it sounds like they're not going to be like Intel, who they are trying to get on the whole Bitcoin bandwagon, where they're making those mining specific cards. You know.
I mean, Intel or Nvidia?
Nvidia. Nvidia is making those Bitcoining cards, graphics cards.
Now, to not jump from one article to another, this is a related article. What does net neutrality mean for the future of cryptocurrency? Americans are slowly realizing the significance of the potential consequences of the FCC's current net neutrality regulations being repealed. These regulations once protected small businesses and content providers from intrusive by private monopolistic internet service providers such as Verizon and Comcast. Before net neutrality, ISPs could disrupt, slow, and even censor content on the internet without any liability. Reached its climax in 2007 when Verizon was exposed for blocking group chat conversations coming from a large pro-choice abortion group. Users of net neutrality are currently overlooking the political dynamic between net neutrality and the development of cryptocurrencies. Blockchain and crypto have greatly benefited from past net neutrality regulations. Bitcoin's price has increased 300% since Obama's regulations were put in place in 2015, attributed to many factors, including the governments of Japan and China becoming more tolerant of cryptocurrency use. Not to mention also hitting the worldwide market. The last 2 years have been the most profitable and evolutionary period for cryptocurrencies since their inception. However, and other cryptocurrencies have been in the middle of a financial bubble, and a series of interventions from ISPs could force that bubble to implode, which may not be a bad thing. Without net neutrality regulations, ISPs can function without any accountability. What they will mean for cryptocurrencies remains yet unknown. And like I said, a little bit more here.
Oh, wait a minute. Back it up though. Like what company did they say was like blocking the pro-choice? There was which ISP? Verizon was blocking like some kind of chat about pro-choice or whatever.
2007, when Verizon was exposed for blocking group chat conversations coming from a large pro-choice abortion group.
That is more interesting than the article you had.
Well, I didn't. I mean, they didn't give a link to that, but this is a little interesting piece. I've never even thought of that context. Net neutrality. Yes, I'm real strongly about that. Crypto miners, they piss me off because I go to buy a new GPU and then but I never thought of the two existing name of its computers.
Well, I know people are worried about like the Bitcoins and weapons and drugs and stuff,
Doug, any comments from you, sir? Wake up. Any thoughts?
No one gives a fuck about net neutrality and Bitcoin. No one gives a fuck about Bitcoin. I mean,
no, Ethereum is where it's all at.
Shit, his futurism needs a fucking pop, a clickbait.
Well,
but I mean, how long has Bitcoin been around? Where it's like it's the next big thing. It's going up to $600 per Bitcoin, and every single time that people keep trying to get people to buy it on it, you get like maybe like 1%, 1%.
Okay, we're doing like the thing where you say a name of a product where it becomes the item itself. It's like Kleenex and tissue paper. Bitcoin is Kleenex. Cryptocurrency is tissue paper.
Right.
That's all bullshit. It's all fucking people trying to get someone to get something that they don't already have because it's like what's the one thing that just died out too long ago? Preppers, doomsday preppers. Doomsday preppers back in the 50s were like, oh my goodness, or sorry, not the 50s. Well, yeah, right around the Vietnam Wars and right around those areas, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. It's like once a decade you have the preppers that come out and they're like, well, I have this bunker, and once I go down this bunker, I'm gonna be safe. So you should all get bunkers.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3 guys in the city are like, man, I should get a bunker. They get a bunker, and nothing happens.
Oh, man,
and all they do is they store their old porn mags in the fucking bunker.
Nothing wrong with the fallout shelter. I know where our local fallout shelter is. Actually, the government gives you different fallout shelters with different ratings depending on what that shelter is for. One could handle the actual blast, and one could handle the fallout that would be the several days it could take for you to survive the nuclear blast. That's a real thing, sanctioned by the government. There's a church down the road from me with a big metal sign that says fallout shelter, and I looked it up online. Yes, it can withstand several.
But I'm talking about the bunkers. You're trying to pick at something that has no relevance. What I'm saying is people doing things that have little to no relevance and expect others to follow suit. And that's what cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum really is. Something they've been pushing to get popular, and now there's this big surge where it's another 1% of people buying the shit out of these fucking graphics cards.
19%.
Because they have to go mining.
19% money, $1.22 billion that AMD has generated from people buying. That's the first-hand cars that they're brand new from AMD. We're not talking the eBay sales where people are buying the old 380s and whatever for a high dollar that So it's.
We're also just doing one where it's like, well, it's not going to spike long-term sales.
Yeah, because they know that
it's a fad. It'll die off. It'll be back in like 5 years. We're going to have another graphics card apocalypse, and then it's going to go away again for another 5 years.
When Bitcoin caused the last one when was it? They still on Polaris, right? When it was Bitcoin, and now Ethereum, it's Vega is on the fucking waiting at the coattails.
Oh.
This is talking. No, this is not talking about the cryptocurrency du jour. This is talking about cryptocurrencies as a thing. Eventually, these are going to become a thing where they're going to keep popping up.
Sure, they are.
We're going to have new ones.
Sure,
this is already.
They are.
Oh, okay. So Bitcoin beget Ethereum beget something else. You don't think that's going to happen?
Short-term popularity is going to go off into obscurity for another 5 years. It'll be back for like maybe a year, and then people are going to get intelligent again. This is our generation of people looking for something to get behind because they think that if they get behind something, it's theirs.
Well, wait a minute. Could I say something? Frank, did you see the? I can link it to you, but the older guy, I watch him a lot from his channel is Tech of Tomorrow. He talked about how Bitcoin could become a standard around the world because the dollar is dying, not just the U.S. dollar, but everybody's currency is might be going away to some kind of like digital currency where you need to buy some groceries, you just use some Bitcoins or something. I mean, that's where it could all be headed.
I mean, I don't actually handle paper cash money.
What?
Huh?
Heard
what
that before too.
Oh, Frank, what did you say? Do you carry cash around everywhere, or you just carry cards?
Plastic, because you can cancel plastic.
Yeah.
Someone steals my wallet full of cash. They got a wallet full of cash. If I got plastic, I'd call the bank and say, cancel that motherfucker. And then they're one store in trying to get a TV set or something.
And they're like, no, bitch.
I mean, with a check, you're not safe. My buddy, his wife's name was someone, wrote out checks for Julia or whatever. They didn't even read the fucking name on and they took it. So, I mean, you're not. I mean, it's all digital. Everything.
Well, the only problem that I see with cryptocurrency though is like you got to make it. In order for it to get a lot more popular, you got to make it like a lot easier to be able to get and to be able to use this. It still seems like it's kind of complicated to me because I tried messing with Bitcoin a while ago with the account and shit, and it's like you have to keep track of your large hash number or something.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a very involved system. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but like you said, it's the way that they might be going, and it's you know you might not buy into it, whatever but I mean, every big stupid thing started off with people saying it's stupid, no, it'll never catch on. Remember that stupid Netflix where you mail DVDs? What the hell's that about? That'll never catch on. Blockbuster's the way to go. I mean,
And you don't see us going towards a digital currency, Doug. I mean, that's unfortunately. I mean, a lot of religious people don't like it, but I mean, that's where it might be going, dude.
There is no way that the world, as anyone knows it, for any reason, are going to go to a cross standardized currency for purchase. There are too many fucking governments and too many companies with too many hands in different pots as far as individual country style currency to ever let that happen. You want to see some actual fucking shit fall down and break and be irreparable, you go to a controlled universal currency, which means that your economic purchase, import, export, all your free trade agreements just get shot on and shot out the window. So there are way more things to even attempt to think about having a standardized currency than is even conceivable to any government currently.
Well, the government isn't in charge of what the fuck people buy. If a billion people end up going with this because
the government also has all governments all around the world have cash backstops and other investments. And now this may sound weird, but governments spend money too.
Yes. No, Doug, let me finish my statement that the government, we've said multiple times on this show that the legislation has not yet caught up with technology. Look at Ajit Pai with the fucking net neutrality. They don't understand it, don't know what the hell is going on. And eventually, it's just a bunch of people standing around talking, trying to make up laws to catch up to shit that's already happening. I mean...
But you're also fucking with government money, which the government will not let anybody do. Any government in this world will not let people fuck with their money.
You're naive.
Sorry to tell you, the entire thing of cryptocurrency versus the government, the cryptocurrency loses every single time. And every single time cryptocurrency gains a little bit of steam, like mini crashes, get shoved in people's faces to know what reality really is. And the reality is
to many factors, including the governments of Japan and China becoming
tolerant, not standardized, tolerant. What I'm telling you is this: they will not be a standardized thing. Cryptocurrency is not becoming a world standard. And if you think that it is going to become a world standard, you're wrong. Sorry to tell you.
Yeah, okay. You remember years ago when they'd say you have to go out to the mall to buy everything? Now, do you even leave your house? No, you just hop on Amazon.
But you're also not talking about government standardized currency.
Can I finish?
Cryptocurrency has been a fad for the past 10 years. Back when I was fucking mining for fucking Bitcoin at the beginning. And you know what? It was dumb then when I was doing it, and it's still dumb now.
So you admit you did something stupid.
And you know what? That lasted very short amount of time.
He's done stupid things before, folks. He'll do stupid things.
Dude.
Yes, I have done stupid things before. And you know what? It's also my job to let people know that if I do something that's stupid, you probably shouldn't do it yourself.
Dude, you know, Doug, it might be good or bad, but unfortunately, maybe this is going to be your currency one day. Or this.
Unfortunately, you're wrong.
You don't think we're going that way? I mean, hey, we might even be headed towards like a one world government and all that stuff. I mean, as scary as it sounds, you know.
Did you see Idiocracy had barcodes on the wrist for everything?
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. A couple people are not. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. But you know what? If you want to get food, you're going to have to.
Mark of the beast.
And the lawmakers are going to say, "Now we don't think you should, but we're hungry too." So anyway, I want money. I want your money. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I want your money. Well, you got to buy bitcoins. Okay, I'll buy bitcoins. I want your money. So anyway, my next article. How Netflix.
Hey, let's just cool down, man. What's your next article here, dude?
Right. Hold on. Let's get into about this one. How Netflix DDoSed itself to help protect the entire internet. In June 2016, Netflix security engineer Scott Barnes ran a massive infrastructure test on the streaming system in front of dozens of coworkers. In the process, he brought the site down, but instead of panic or embarrassment, it was a moment of celebration. Barons, working with cloud security engineer Jeremy Hefner and others, shown that Netflix was in fact vulnerable to an unorthodox type of a distributed denial of services attack. And proving it worked was the first step towards preventing it in the future, not just for Netflix, but the entire internet. Normally, a DDoS strike service with tons of junk traffic requests, overwhelming the system to either crash it completely or burn it until it can't function normally. Those would have a hard time impacting Netflix, though. The service is already built to handle more than 35 terabits per second of data during peak hours and has a network of open connect devices that localizes most of its traffic anyway. And at Netflix, it would be like shoveling dirt into Carlsbad caverns. But Barron's conceived of a different type of DDoS, one that turned Netflix application programming interface against itself as a sort of gateway to a complex array of middle and background application services, all the stuff that happens under the hood. An attack could send a very small number of resource-intensive, carefully chosen requests designed to trigger more and more requests, cascading deep into the system. In this way, an attacker could easily and cheaply cause significant resource burden and even take Netflix down. So yeah, basically, you know, we did it so you didn't have to. What do you guys think?
I don't have much opinion about that.
I think it's cool. Doug, you got something?
And I can see somebody doing that, especially a website that has that much traffic worldwide. I mean,
yeah,
right. If they were an easier target, I would think. But you know, like they said, they got the guts. Oh, hey, look! Don't buy at Game's Sega Genesis flashback console. NES Classic isn't just a convenient way to play NES games. It's an easy-to-use console that looks like the part and play games the way you remember, with the new quality of life features. Marketing is the best example of a multi-game classic console today, precisely because it does what you expect without major caveats. Nearly a year later, we are now experiencing the fallout of the NES Classic success, the arrival of competing classic consoles. This, in theory, is good news, but there's something important to keep in mind. Nintendo has direct control over the NES Classic. It understood the hardware, the games, and most importantly, how to deliver a user-friendly device that worked as expected. Without those advantages, any company producing a similar device faces an uphill battle in the face of passionate fans on the lookout for an authentic experience. How easy it is to screw up a classic console with the NES Classic? Based on our time with At Games News Sega Genesis Classic flashback console, the answer is clear, very easy. The micro console isn't without some merit. It technically works and includes some great games. It may be the quick fix some folks are looking for, but by and large, it fails to play Genesis games the way you remember, has a misleading pitch, and relies on the system that not only is difficult to use, but one that is also garish and finicky. So, yeah, it's a review of this other mini system, and they're hoping that people go, I got to get the little, Genesis now.
Okay, is it time to let Doug out of his cage again?
Yep. You have any thoughts on this thing?
Oh boy.
Number one.
Yeah.
Nintendo wasn't the first to do these micro consoles. Atari and Genesis have been doing this shit for years. Hell, there was a Intellivision one a couple of years back. There's been Atari, Intellivision, and Sega. Nintendo just jumped on the bandwagon because they didn't want to get left behind in the fucking dust. Number two, they're all fucking bullshit because you just get a fucking Raspberry Pi and buy some legal ROMs and fucking download them. Okay?
Buy some legal ROMs.
And notice I said buy legal ROMs.
Yeah, but you see, Doug.
ROMs. You admit there are illegal ROMs.
So you admit. But you see, Doug, the Switch is awesome, though.
The Switch is shit.
I know, I'm just saying. Just trying to get you riled up again, man.
Every single week, I'm gonna come on this on this show. I almost said television show. I'm gonna come on this show. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna make myself a fucking T-shirt. And no one's gonna say the Switch is shit. You wanna know why? Because the Switch is shit.
Actually, about that, Doug. What did you do yesterday?
Time out before we go any further. Fuck Ghostbusters still. Putting that out there.
Well, I think we could all three of us agree on that. Ben is the only one that really cares about the thing, then. I mean, that's something we can all agree on, right? Let's just hug for that.
You know what? That's tomorrow's. That's tomorrow's top story. Because I read something on the internet this past week that really pissed me off. Really fucking pissed me off.
Oh.
And no, I'm about.
Not hard to do that, is it?
I'm going in. I'm going straight in to some shit tomorrow. I'll let you know after the show about what it's going to be. Because now that's in my head, I want to rant on this, and I want to go. Bro, Vinny's going to go in deep. You feel me?
Going balls deep.
Whoa.
Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, well, we were going to say Frank is it's been too hard for Frank to do this schedule, so like I don't know what you do on Fridays nights if you're able to come on at the same time. But
it's possible. It's possible.
Either way, I'd still come on your show then.
Cool.
It's pretty nice.
Because I can't do Saturdays, so.
Well, I think the thing though too that you kind of don't realize, Frank, is like I don't do like the super long ones. I think last week's was only like an hour and a half, and the week before was like just a little over an hour. I try to keep my podcast like limited. Like at the most, I've gone 2 hours. So.
Well, you do a better job at that than we do. But I mean, I like doing the long shows, but it's just hard to, you want to say everything. It's hard to keep it contained. I kind of just let Doug talk on the show. So, because it's his show. Yeah, so it'd be cool if we still want to have you on the show. It's just we're gonna have to do on Fridays probably then.
Yeah, like I said, I should be able to do it. It's probably about the same time frame. No, so
okay,
no problem.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, it's not hard to upset you though, Doug, is it?
Okay.
Yeah. Check it out.
They fuck you at the time.
That's right. Ian.
Switch is awesome, Doug.
Right. Microsoft confirms Windows 10 has seriously nasty surprise.
Oh.
Right now, Windows 10 is undergoing a massive upgrade to the so-called Creators Update. But suddenly, Microsoft has confirmed millions of Windows 10 users will never get it. To PC World, Microsoft said that despite pledging Windows 10 feature updates until October 13, 2020, this will now depend on users running relatively modern hardware. In short, if a manufacturer stops supporting your hardware at any point, then Microsoft will no longer upgrade your version of Windows 10. Recognizing that a combination of hardware, driver, and firmware support is required to have a good Windows 10 experience, we updated our support life cycle policy support period for a given device, Microsoft said in a statement. If a hardware partners stop supporting a given device or one of its key components, sorry, and stops providing driver updates, firmware updates, or fixes, it may mean that the device will not be able to properly run a future Windows 10 feature update. And the rest of a device or component or no longer being supported is severe. When updating Windows 10 is no longer supported on this PC. And to make matters worse, at present, Windows 10 will not tell hardware is responsible for the cancellation. A user will have to check every part of their PC from the processor and RAM to the hard drive, graphics, and network card. This brutal and frankly overgeneralized decision follows in the wake of Microsoft blocking Windows 10 career updates to computers using older Intel processors without warning or explanation. Firstly, it also said new Intel Kaby Lake and AMD Ryzen silicon will also be made with are incompatible with older versions of Windows to force them into Windows 10. The case of the former is particularly troubling. Pushed users to upgrade to Windows 10. Those Clover Trail PCs were then cut off from getting new features just 2 years later. And with each new Windows 10 upgrade, more hardware will be sidelined as it stands without any warning. It's a very nasty situation. No doubt many Windows 10 upgraders would have been scared away had these rules been made clear in the time, but Microsoft did offer one olive branch. It will continue to provide cut-off Windows 10 PCs with security updates until January 2023. This is 2.5 years before the end of official support, October 14, 2025, but it's something. Ultimately, I think this is a cheap trick for Microsoft. Never before did old versions of Windows exclude PCs from upgrades if they left to run that version of Windows at launch. Greater pressure on users to upgrade their PCs if they want to keep receiving new features, something unfair given most PCs can run Windows 10 on a perfectly functional level. It also provides Microsoft with an easy excuse to reduce update optimization for PCs each time. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Windows 10 is a fantastic idea in theory, but its execution leaves a lot to be desired.
So I'm kind of confused. Like what? So like, are you saying like maybe like lower end computers that can run it, but they're like
yes. If you say, like they said, if you have an old Atom computer with something Trail, what's the name of that one? I can't, Clover Trail processor. Yes, they say, you want to upgrade to Windows 10? Okay. And then when the updates come, they're like, sorry, you can't run it. Well, and the best they'll give is a security update, and you can't get all the, so you can run what you get at launch when you installed Windows 10, but you won't be able to update to all the latest features. That's what the creator update is always about. That's the new features that they're coming out with. Like you're talking about Windows 10, they wanted to be able to connect to your Android and iPhone and all that shit. And that's going to be a future update, but you might not be able to get updates of that nature because your device, they're not going to tell you. Something in your device won't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, I had an article that I was thinking about doing, but I decided not to. It was about Autodesk, some more shitty Autodesk news where they're like, if you're not like a subscription person, like if you had the perpetual license that you actually owned, they're going to stop making like really important bug fixes obtainable for the general crowd. Then you have to actually pay to be able to be receiving those.
Isn't that a bitch?
Yeah.
We want to get more money out of you.
Yeah. Oh, well, let me ask you, Franco, do you think that you're going to be able to, like, what about mine and yours, like the 8350s and shit? Is that still going to be good for a while?
Well, let's see. Clover Trail Atoms, they say they'll offer them security support up until 2023. I mean, even though the FX chips are kind of old, I mean, you can run it pretty. You can run some pretty intense stuff. I'm not seeing any lag. I mean,
right.
like to where I want to upgrade to Ryzen at point, but I don't feel I have to. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like I'm missing out that bad. I want to. Um, I'm probably going to upgrade the shit out of this thing first and put extra hard drives in it and whatever, make it ready to be a NAS before I do a build.
Oh yeah, like when I get this new computer built, this little it's gonna be like a little sister computer that I'm still gonna try to put pretty decent things in it for a while, you know.
Right. I hope it'll be supported. That's the thing. I mean, I want to say I think I'll be all right, but it's just like when I bought my Android phones. I go, this will be the latest and greatest. They'll give me all the updates, and then they're like, that's the last update. You got to buy a new device. I just fucking bought this thing. No, you got to get the next one. The next one's where it's all at.
Yeah, like.
Do you have any comments on this article? Falling asleep?
I'm not falling asleep. I was just looking on eBay, which, by the way, just bought an iBook for $10. Fuck you.
Oh, he doesn't need your iBook anymore.
Mine's got dust on it. Does it come with dust?
I don't think so. I'm not sure that's really a feature. Yeah, but I did read about this particular article a couple days ago. It does suck. Yeah, honestly, it really fucking sucks.
It's pretty shitty, huh?
I mean, they're going to force you to upgrade, and then all of a sudden, after you've upgraded to Windows 10, like, see that's a worst case scenario. Think about this shit. You must upgrade to Windows 10. By the way, we preloaded it for you. It loads up, and then it doesn't work.
Yeah, like you get that. I remember back when people were like went to the bathroom and then suddenly you got Windows 10, but now it's like
you shut your computer off and you restart it and
there it is.
Windows 10 now.
Yeah, and then guess what? Now you can't get any updates for it.
Yeah, now you're fucked. Right. You know, you're using fucking Windows 7 perfectly fine. I'm still getting updates. All of a sudden, they're gonna. Now I've gotten lucky. I have gotten lucky. The Dragon Tank here has not forced me to upgrade as of yet.
As of yet, that next Windows 10
right
update?
now.
Well, I disabled automatic updates on my Windows 7 machine.
Oh, I don't do any automatic updates, but you know how Windows is. You know what the fuck to do, man. I mean, some fucking shit. But
shit.
Well, it sucks too because I asked Frank. He thinks he heard something about it, how there might be some validity to it, but when you upgrade to Windows 10, there's like some kind of BIOS flag that prevents you from downgrading back to Windows 7, even if you totally format it. Haven't you heard something about that?
I don't remember.
That's like really crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
Like, well, you did say though that it put like your serial number, doesn't that get stored in your BIOS or something?
Your serial okay.
It's tied to your motherboard, right?
Your activation, your software activation key, depending on if it's a retail or an OEM, if it's an OEM key, it's tied to the motherboard because that's all it is. It can only be tied to that motherboard. If it's retail, you can install it on any machine you want.
Oh, okay.
When you log into your device, they will make it so your key, or I guess your retail key, was your Microsoft account. There's articles on how to sync it and all that stuff. So if you change hardware on it, it knows that your account has the key, and it will make it easier to activate Windows. Otherwise,
it switches it.
Please, yeah, you get that. Please activate Windows bullshit.
Yeah.
If you don't. So, anyway.
Yeah. Well, didn't you go on eBay and get a pretty good key? Because that's what everybody's doing now. It's like you just download the ISO from the website instead of going and buying an expensive ass DVD. You just go buy like a $10-15 key, right?
Yeah, you just get a key and.
You say you bought it for $1.
No, $2.
Oh, $2? That's still pretty good, man. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, my first key I bought, was from somebody on Reddit, and it was I thought I did good because it was like $10, $10, and I bought a key for 8.88, and I realized that Windows 8 was so bad that you couldn't even get a copy of Windows 8 from Microsoft. The website didn't even have it anymore.
Right.
You had to go to 8.1, so I had to get another key. So I spent $20 on a key, and then I updated free to Windows 10. But
And then you're like, fuck this shit.
well, I liked Windows 10, and then my motherboard broke, and my key was tied to my motherboard, and because it was an OEM key basically. So now I've got another OEM key, and it there that's within if they really want to come down on everything, all the eBay sellers will go away.
Well, I heard it could be a
There's
plan of Microsoft where might start doing it for free.
Yeah,
Like
I read that article, and I'm hoping they go to that, because that's what Mac's been doing for the last several iterations, and I really would like that, because it's a pain in the dick hole to activate Windows. It really is.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
We will admit that. So
Yeah.
we admit.
Yeah, I'll admit that it's a pain in my dick hole. Hey, check it out. Did you see this? AMD Threadripper delidded with a multi-core surprise under the hood. One of the topics we've been covering in the past month is behavior of the Core i9 when overclocked, as well as the performance characteristics of the cases. Intel has been criticized, first for a CPU that traps a great deal of heat below the heat spreader, use paste instead of solder, and second, for X299 board specs that apparently allow motherboard manufacturers to use poor VRM cooling. Is responsible for the latter issue. It could be that Intel didn't provide the necessary platform documents within a reasonable manufacturing window, or it could be that the motherboard manufacturers made their own assumptions about product specs and wound up with VRMs that run too hot for their own onboard cooling solutions. Either way, it's not a great look. Now, veteran high-end overclocker Durate, I'm not going to try to pronounce that again, has moved on to the thread. First thing to know is that AMD, unlike Intel, is specifically using solder in Threadripper, whereas Intel's 10-core i9 doesn't use it. The second is that Threadripper has a different CPU configuration under the solder than we've expected. According to him, I'll say him, who spoke with AMD, Threadripper is an EPYC CPU configuration with 4 dies, each packing 8 cores. At first, we thought this meant AMD had gone for a similar arrangement to what is used for Ryzen 3, 4 cores active on each die, with SM enabled in this case, and 16 cores / 32 threads on the entire chip. But that's not the case in his information. If his info is accurate, according to him, Threadripper only uses 2 of the 4 Ryzen dies mounted on the PCB. The other 2 aren't functional. This video on the topic is embeddable, by the way. This seems rather odd for a host of reasons. Generally speaking, the entire point of using an MCM multi-chip as opposed to an unified die is so that you can leave chips off the product. If you think about it, this makes perfect sense. You don't want to build a thread that you yield at that enormous die size and power consumption is too low to make the chips profitable. It's economically safer to build and mount 4 by 8 core CPUs than to build one unified 32 core CPU. If AMD were offering Thread with just 2 cores active in every CCX, it would probably help with hotspot formation and allow AMD to selectively choose the very highest clocking cores. Instead, we've got a situation where it apparently made sense for AMD to mount 4 cores, but only activate 2 of them. Come up that this is related to AMD's economies of scale and manufacturing cost. AMD doesn't own its packaging and test facility more, and its EPYC design costs aren't going to be immediately replaced by EPYC revenue. AMD has stated that while it's targeting a 10% expect to hit that this year by tossing expected Threadripper sales in alongside Epic sales. AMD may have cut its overall cost by improving its economy of scale. Besides the use of 4 dies instead of 2, we get confirmation AMD is using indiumium solder for its dies while gold plating the back of the heat spreader to ensure proper thermal cycling. This kind of approach is standard for high core count chips, but Intel has been reserving it for Xeon these past few years. Whether Threadripper 16 cores can handle their top clocks as well as Xeons is something we'll have to wait and test, but AMD definitely opted for the top drawer solution on these parts. He also explains why a properly soldered chip should look the way this one does for those of you who are concerned about the soldered TIM distribution after desoldering reflected poor mounting on AMD's part. So yeah, he posted a video and it got pulled, I'm guessing, by AMD because, you know, they don't want all their secrets out.
So wait a minute, but, he posted that on what?
Yeah, he posted a YouTube video of him taking the lid off of the Threadripper.
And they were able to get down his site even though he didn't do any like copyright thing. Like somehow they DMCA'd him.
Well, AMD pulled it. The article I read this from on is basically he stated, yeah, they pulled it, but they said I'm okay to post it Thursday. So he posted it Thursday, and they yanked it anyway. So they're like, error on which Thursday he meant. So, but yeah, watch his video of manage how he delidded it. I mean, like I said, it's pulled now. I'm sure there's other, videos of it out there available, but that's so
what,
cool.
What's it saying though? Is that so? They're saying Threadripper is really just a core, not a 16 core or something?
No. Two of their 4 cores are actually activated. But it's still six. This is a 16 core, but it's got goddamn, okay. Die 16 cores, 32 threads. So there's 8 on each one of these, basically, is what they're getting.
Okay.
But so this really should be 32 core, but these bottom, I don't know if it's bottom 2 of them aren't active, which is fucking weird.
So like if you were to, you could actually mod that to make it 32 cores then?
If you wanted to tear the chip apart, if you're that brazen, like they said, it's not held together with thermal paste. It's actually soldered on the son of a bitch.
Right.
So delidding a chip is hard enough. I've read articles on that because the extreme overclockers tear it off and then they water cool it straight to the.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that shit, man. That's crazy.
Well, that's a chip. Those are Intel chips that just have thermal paste. This has solder on it, so
what?
You're taking it way past the means of anybody needs to do, and on a Threadripper chip, that's not the cheapest part. I mean, granted, it's cheaper than the Intel counterpart.
What? Hey, if you're like Rockefeller, like a lot of these YouTubers will like drop test all these iPhones and shit. I mean.
Yeah. Doug, you have any thoughts on this, sir? We're kind of bogarting the discussion.
It's not really a big of a surprise. I mean, then again, I'm not really tripping about any of the processor releases right now anyway, so.
Nah.
AMD or Intel, huh?
Yeah, neither. The only thing I'm really looking forward to is the Optane storage, how that interfaces as far as Intel goes. But other than that,
I wasn't too excited about that. It's like,
yeah.
Linus said that it was like, it really didn't help that much or something.
Well, yeah, if you try to use it on, solid state drive. But if you're somebody who is working with your standard hard drives, it definitely speeds it up. It's something that for people who can't dish out X amount of dollars for a solid state drive, it's an option to help boost some standard performance of the applications that you use on a daily basis. And there are some people who they don't even have close to the funds to do nothing but solid state. And,
it could be
processor wise, I'm not like, I mean, yeah, the AMD stuff's doing better as far as, like I said, speeds go, when we talked about that earlier. But hardware wise, there's just not a lot happening. Right now, I'm more into just like standard building and making sure that what I assemble is going to be the best bang for the buck. And things like Threadripper and these high end fucking things just they don't pique my interest a lot.
I got my nipples all excited about Vega. I'm all a titter about it.
Yeah, it's just like with the Optane thing though. It's like you might as well go and buy a hybrid drive then,
I don't understand though. Like SSDs aren't really unobtainable.
They're unobtainium.
But as far as like internal solid state drives as opposed to externals, it's still pretty expensive. I mean, you could still have like you can have a more modern PC drop in the Optane and see better performance out of all of your drives, rather than sit and have to save up for X amount of months just to be able to afford a decent solid state drive.
Well, you were excited though. You did say that was pretty cool with the i3 or I keep calling it i3, the Ryzen 3s though. That's pretty good because they're cheap, right?
Well, it's just, I mean, price to performance. It's good to see that we're going to have another true processor war. And the price for processors in the past 5 to 6 years has just went, and now within this past year we're seeing a little bit more of Intel and AMD trading punches. We're not to that point yet. I think once next year rolls around and Intel is properly prepared and don't make like knee-jerk reactions just to keep up.
That's what they did. They were caught off guard. They became complacent because they really haven't changed or done anything special with their recent processors for a long time.
And I'm not really sure it's going to be next year. I think it could be 2019 before we see a new processor line, or at least a new standard of processor line for that. So something that really takes advantage of X299.
So you really think they got really caught off guard, didn't they?
I don't think they want to make the same mistake they made this year, because what they did this year, I mean, yeah, it's nice that they had something lined up. But it was like an incremental upgrade to what they already had, and it was
rushed.
It just sounded more knee-jerk than it really needed to be. But I think they have processor stuff in R&D. They just don't want to drop something that's going to fall on its face. I don't think you're going to see particularly see new processors from Intel that's not an incremental upgrade next year. I think it's going to be 2019 before we see like a big punch back. I could be wrong though. I mean, CES could roll around and all of a sudden Intel's like, "Well, you wanted a box. Now you're in here with Mike Tyson, and your name ain't Buster Douglas." So
I think it depends on how bad AMD eats at their profit shares.
Right now, it's not really. They haven't even eaten 10% of their market share.
Yeah, but they haven't. They're just now going to be going into the server market, which Intel has been, and that'll upset their pocketbooks.
Here's the thing, though: businesses don't change loyalty on units like that very often. You have to have the correct infrastructure to support it. Intel is a proven commodity.
Doug, you know as well as I do, eBay is full of server-grade shit that some company has decided to upgrade. And
exactly, and when they upgrade to what they already know is going to work. And 9 times out of 10, right now, that's Intel.
Or whatever is the cheapest shit. You just said all your registers are XP. So.
Yeah, but you're also, again, you're comparing two completely different situations.
I think you
You
got the
do a little
companies
bit more homework and you might know what you're talking about, Frankie.
Okay, Slinky.
Well, I know Apple's always been a big fan of the AMD stuff. You really can't get like a Mac Pro or anything with an NVIDIA card. It's usually AMD, and the processors like they've always played nice, you know.
The processors are always Intel now.
I thought they were.
That's all right.
I thought they were switching that with the new the Mac Pros that are coming out like this year and next year.
I think you're mainly going to see a GPU that's still with AMD or the NVIDIA. But as far as CPUs go, that's going to be Kaby Lake on the Mac Pros, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see.
By the way, did you guys hear about Apple and they're finally going to kill in what is it like in 2020 or whatever? Their Flash is going to officially be dead.
They haven't installed it natively on your computer for a long time.
Yeah.
I know, like Apple was like officially going to like, or not Apple, but Adobe was going to officially cut it off. And I guess Apple was like, it said in the article Apple was like going to be trying to work with like companies and stuff to like ease the transition with websites that are still like using Flash. I have to look at the article, but I mean, what are you gonna do? Flash is gonna dead. What?
I said
No, I think he's talking about the new Mac Pros.
I wouldn't buy this ugly trash can looking thing anyway.
Oh.
Last story. Removed from Steam over pornography complaints. House Party will be available on Steam again once it's been watered down. After 1 month of being on sale in early access, House Party has been removed from Steam pending a watered-down version of the game, as stated by the developers at Eek Games in a blog post on the takedown. The devs don't have beef with Steam, though, shifting the blame to aggressive targeting complaints from groups bothered by House Party from day one. House Party was temporarily removed as a result of a number of complaints that were sent to Steam about the game. The game has been a target from a certain group of people since the data launched, and said people were posting very aggressive, distasteful, and hateful comments directed towards the game and its community of players. But without a clear idea of what offending content is, Eek Games aren't exactly sure what to cut and what to keep. I asked Valve for clarification on the offending content, and they haven't replied yet, but they've been very nice up to this point and simply told me that they would re-enable the game after testing the modifications, enabling an in-game censor during certain scenes, regardless of the user's preference settings, to ensure there is no more offending content. I know there are many games with nudity, and there are also games with sex scenes as well, including really popular titles, so it's rather confusing. I don't know exactly where the line is, or what in particular I should be censoring. House Party's depiction of nudity and sex is far from tasteful, but the sudden removal after weeks of being on points to flaws in Steam's verification process. If Steam has a rule about explicit content, why wasn't the content flagged before House Party was allowed on the store in the first place? Does a sudden removal mean simulated sex is a no-go, period? The removal runs counter to what we saw earlier this year when explicit visual novel Lady Killer in a Bind was released on Steam. Uncensored and unedited, and it too pulls no punches, promising players 6 nights worth of explicit, consensual, kiki lesbian sex scenes for people who like to live dangerously. So why is one uncensored, while another is not. Even though the reasons aren't clear, the studio said it understands Valve's position. They are responding to an alarming societal and nudity as something evil, even more so than murder, genocide, torture, and gore, which is widely accepted and prevalent in most video games that offer up on Steam and many other gaming platforms, the post says. I don't agree with Steam's decision, but I respect it. House Party remains available to anyone who bought it, and Eek said that Valve is now testing a new version of the game, which will put back online if it meets the necessary requirements, whatever they might be. We've reached out to Valve for more information about the game, why the game was removed, and we'll update it when I receive a reply. I played the first 20 minutes of House Party, and the overriding impression of it left was one of horror rather than humor. Later, I learned you could get the dick out and put it on things like a table or a charcoal barbecue. I won't miss it, but some consistency and clarification from Steam would be nice. And at the least, House does bring out the best in YouTube thumbnail faces. So, thoughts?
Steam sucks. That's why Steam sucks.
Wah.
Oh,
Ian's gonna buy it, aren't you?
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like, people are pissed off. We'll edit stuff out. Don't worry. I think it's bullshit. If you're an adult, you ought to be able to put whatever you want on. There are like anime games I've looked at where they're like, if you pay the company money, they'll give you a key that will enable X-rated stuff that is left out of the Steam version of the game. And I don't know why they would have to, censor stuff.
Right.
Pay good money for, if you can afford, if you're in the age group that can buy it, fuck what other people want. It's what was it? There's a political cartoon. It's like, I don't think you should buy that. Yeah, well, I'm going to buy it. Or it's like, I don't smoke. Okay, well, I'm going to buy a cigarette. Oh, I don't think you should either. No, fuck you. So, yeah. So, Doug, what you doing over there, buddy?
Just getting ready to buy an Apple Time capsule for $30.
Apple Time capsule.
Yeah.
The heck is that?
500 gig automatic backup.
Is that like a cloud storage or something?
Yeah.
It's a hard drive that stores on a router basically.
Yeah.
And your the Mac it syncs up the backup.
Yeah.
So you triggers it to copy it every whatever intervals you do. I had it on my old Mac because if you have a base station, if you hook a hard drive up to it, you can have it act as a time capsule.
That's cool.
I didn't do that.
I was going to ask you, Frankie, what do you think about that? One of those Seagate 8 terabyte the archive drives.
The what?
Because I was trying to look for the cheapest Seagate 8 terabyte I can get, and those archive drives are pretty cheap because they do pretty decently if you just want to back stuff up,
8 Seagate archive, you said?
Yeah. It's their like archive version. It's not meant for like accessing it like all the time, but like it's
like cold storage basically.
Yeah.
I mean that's that or an enterprise drive or desktop drive is would be fine. I've done searching into what if you're doing like a NAS storage, what is recommended, because they obviously like Western Digital and shit have the NAS drives. What is not acceptable? They say really the way that like security drives operate, they're the only ones that I've read that I've seen aren't recommended because the way that their firmware is set up, if they find an error, instead of like a regular drive finds an error and tries to correct it, and since it figures you're recording constantly 24/7, it just goes to keep recording regardless of the errors. So that could lead to write damage later on down the road. So
Right.
But I think an archive one would be fine. For if you're just storing data, if it's not like something you're activating all the time, if it's for backup or whatever.
Right. Well, I still think it would be decent, like if you're just like streaming like from one device or whatever. They said if you're doing more than 3 devices like accessing it, you probably want to get something else. But if it's just like me or you or something, it should still be pretty good.
What do they call that? Your mileage may vary.
Yeah.
I mean, you could for the price. If it's the cheaper of the units, fuck it, get it and try it out.
Well, what are you still gonna get for your NAS? Are you gonna you're gonna stick with Seagate, right? I mean,
they're cheap and they're trying to get their name back because they had rough little patch drives, I guess. I personally,
some of them they're helium drives.
Nah, fuck that. fancy bullshit. I want to get hopefully some 10 tears. I'm trying to do math to figure out what will be the best best bang for the buck.
Well, I know you wanted to go with those 10 terabytes.
But thing is, for the currently, I'm planning on waiting a little bit because.
Are you gonna hold out for those 16 terabyte ones?
Oh, I'm not gonna buy one, but once they come on the market, some retards might go, "Hey, I'll buy them." So the price hopefully will drop for the 10 terabyte because it's a retarded difference. Sorry, nothing to the intellectually challenged. It's a stupid difference between the 10 terabyte and an 8 terabyte. And then even lower. I mean, I can understand paying a couple $100, but like the 3 terabyte is $100, which is okay, whatever. But then you get the 10, and it's three and a half. It's like I want the most. I don't want less. I want more. Please, sir, may I have some more? So I
want your space.
Yeah, I'm trying to match what I had and have some more, and then have room for backup. So.
Well, you said you're still going to use your externals for cold storage, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, why wipe them if for whatever reason, if the shit goes bad, I'll still have a backup of it.
Yeah.
But
are you going to get like the most expensive, like the NAS versions of the Seagates or the Enterprise?
No. I am cheap. I would like some. I was looking. There was HG ST or whatever, the Hitachi ones that they made that are supposedly really good. There were some OEM drives that were going for cheap, and they're like, just so you know, these are OEM drives. All the reviews are like, these are OEM drives, so there's probably no manufacturer warranty because they're out of a busted. So,
right.
I mean, if you're doing backups to where you've got a server with hotspot, you're going to want the security of a warranty and stuff. A lot of guys just buy the externals that support. If you tear them open and put a drive in there, it'll work. Warranty, but they're saving money. I would like a bit of both. I'm greedy.
Hey, if you want to go for the vibrator drives, go for it, man.
Vibrator drives.
Yeah, the Hitachi drives.
What are you talking
about? Hitachi makes vibrators, man.
Really?
I thought that was like the brand name or whatever.
Amazon Wonder Wand. Okay. Oh, the HGSTs. That's what they are. That's what Logan from Tech Syndicate, when he built their NAS, that's what he bought. Their NAS drives. Enterprise grade. They're like for a 6 terabyte. So.
Oh yeah, did you see Linus? He did another holy shit episode talking about the crazy like the graphics card that's just meant for editing with red footage.
Oh, talk about the coprocessor.
Yeah.
Dude, Linus was having some fucking issues with that. He's like, we don't understand what's going on. We still don't understand what's going on. Oh, we understand now. Holy shit.
Well,
it's like an $6,000 or $8,000 card or something. That's not really it's not a graphics card. It's just meant for co-processing. Yep. And like it did better when it was disabled or some shit.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
But I still think it's overkill for them to use these cameras that are meant for video for like movies and shit, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, there's still YouTubers that is just like a whole bunch of people working together.
Oh, that's Linus, man. I mean, he's been doing the impossibly expensive just for the sake of impossibly expensive for so long, he almost doesn't know what else to make. And like anytime he ever makes a video where he's like, well, you people have been talking about, can you do videos with stuff that we can actually afford? He almost acts like it's an inconvenience, which
right,
kind of douchey, but you know.
And also, they don't even do that many. I don't know why they need so many editors and stuff, because they don't even. They must be doing a whole lot of other content outside of YouTube, because they only release a few episodes a week or something. I mean, it's like I could do all that with one person by myself.
Well, anymore, what they do is not only they have the main channel, they also have channel Super Fun. And I think they have like a third channel. And I think all three channels now have at least a minimum of like 3 to 5 days a week where there's constantly content that has to be edited. Because that's where most of their money goes, is to the editors.
Right.
So you got to imagine if you have at least 2 channels that have multiple cuts that need to be done, you do need a ton of editors for that.
I wonder what those editors are getting paid. That's what I want to know.
Getting paid Canadian, eh?
They're getting a bunch of loonies, eh?
Yeah.
Some beers with you guys.
Yeah, hoser.
What's this all about?
Oh.
Poor Ben's girlfriend.
They're getting paid in waffles and maple syrup.
Yeah, Ben's girlfriend is gonna be like, those motherfuckers.
Right.
Like Super Troopers. So, what you guys doing? We're on our way to Canada for some French fries and maple syrup. Canada, huh? Almost made it.
Well, so are we about wrapped up for this week's episode, Mr. Ian?
Yeah, it's past 1:30 in the morning. I think we're gonna go.
I want to go home, see my family.
Littering and.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you wanted to plug, Doug? Like I'm gonna be on your show tomorrow. We'll talk about that after the show, but.
Oh yeah. So tune in tomorrow night on my channel, of course, Advertise Crush for the Crushcast, 10 p.m. ish.
Yep, ish.
Of course, I'll put out the links on my Facebook page, Advertise Crush Entertainment, and my Twitter, Advertise Crush. So be there or be uninformed.
Right. Anyways, peace out, guys. It was a good show.
Bullet Club.
Boobs.
Boobs. I still gotta listen to some music, man.